Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, Film. Good morning, The Jewels. Good morning, Baka. Good morning. Who else we got? Hey, Delise. Good morning. Hey, therapist. That'll be the only time I'll say it all the way out. Other than that, today it'll be TYK, right? Good morning, everyone. Hello, mother of the Papillons. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Gina. Dang. Good morning. Hey, Rachel. You got beat again today. You gonna have to work hard for that. You say you trying to earn your crown. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Woo. So we got this may be a something Thursday, right? Just don't call me late for dinner. Right. This gonna be a something Thursday because I don't know what we getting today. It almost sound like "Hey, good morning, Dr. Bob." It almost sounds like the prosecution team may be calling their last two witnesses. At least from what I heard yesterday, it sounded like the judge was like, "Y'all got two witnesses for tomorrow, unless they're gonna take all day." I don't know. We'll absolutely see what they decide for us. But I'm gonna call it a something Thursday for right now until we know something else. They may make me thirsty throughout the day, but we'll see. Who knows? I don't know. There's no telling, right? Let's see. I have my coffee, my Mickey D's. Y'all know that I also love. I don't know. Y'all have to let me know what y'all be drinking in the morning. I know some people are tea drinkers. Some people like coffee. Some people like Starbucks. I'm a Mickey D's girl. A Mickey D's girl. I love me some Mickey D's coffee. So that'll probably be the first thing that y'all see me do every morning. I'm on my second cup this morning, but it's something Thursday, right? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I tell you, it's gonna be something today. Let's see here. So you said thirsty Thursday sound good. We gonna be thirsty today, OnlyFans. Good morning. It can turn into a thirsty Thursday. But I don't know. Right now, I feel like it's a something. We gonna get something, right? We gonna get somebody up there. It's just so funny because I really typically like kind of know testimony Thursday, right? Well, we definitely know we gonna get that. Who we gonna get it from? I don't know. I have not a clue. Not a clue at all. Yeah, so just thinking about the testimony that you've heard so far, right? We seen Fatima, she got back on the stand yesterday. Um, Things that I caught when I was re-listening to the testimony, she said that she didn't think that her mother would hurt her. I don't know how that's gonna land with the jury. Like, could the bystanders have been assuming that we heard from yesterday that they thought that the mom was choking her when the mom was really trying to assist aid? She even recounted being, escorted to the bus stop, by her boyfriend at that time yesterday. We had heard more information in regards to the counselor that were assisting her through the school. And we also heard the emotional testimony from Isaiah, and he even, admitted that he knew that Fatima wasn't allowed to date. It wasn't just dating him, it was dating anybody. Right. And, he definitely became very emotional on the stand. when he was talking about how, he witnessed, you know, all them kids that, teens, I'm gonna call them teens. All the teens that came up there, witnessing her eyes rolling in the back of her head. Like, you can't deny that, right? I couldn't even imagine seeing that happen. Good morning, pretty brown girl. Yeah, so I couldn't even imagine that happening, right? He even testified to when he seen her come through the school with the counselors that she looked tired and stressed. So we can tell that she was up early that morning, right? And he began, he gave us a little timeline on how long him and Fatima had been dating. It was like nearly a year. So I know that when we were doing the testimony of some of the teens, we did not have their names. So I went back because I didn't update the banner with their names as they were going along. So the first eyewitness that we had take the stand was Zayla. And she kind of spoke to seeing Fatima in this chokehold, and she witnessed her turning purple, right? And she even testified to that she saw that Isaiah was trying to calm things down. I don't know if y'all caught that. So I think that with all these bystanders with their different accounts, like when the defense is trying to say, Isaiah did this or he did that, and, try to play it like the bystanders had something to do with any injuries that Fatima had, this is going to be key, right? She testified to that, even seeing that, Fatima wasn't on it. Like, she came out in a whole disguise with the COVID mask. Remember, we're talking about last year. So people are not typically wearing COVID masks, right? So she's trying to keep her mouth and everything uncovered, but that daddy still knew who she was, right? And Zayla even said that she saw the mom join in the altercation, right? She testified to that she saw mom crying and grabbing all on Fatima after she fell to the ground. So, that's a very important testimony in regards to this, and to top it all off, at the end of court, we got the defense attorney, Mr. Keaton. He was admonished, right? For asking Isaiah to read those directly from them transcripts. He got checked. The judge ain't playing that. He got checked immediately. Like, you better not pull that stuff up in this courtroom again. I couldn't catch it real fast then, but what we said over here on the side, right? When I called this sidebar before he got up on the stand, so you knew what it was. You better not let it happen again. So there you have that. You better get it all the way together. Yeah, so I guess I'm assuming today that I think that we're going to hear from probably the school counselors that were involved. We're going to hear from an expert, right, in regards to the medical injuries that she has. I'm assuming that they're going to have somebody come explain to us about this strangulation. I know that's definitely going to have to be something that comes in. We need somebody to explain, right? Somebody to tell us something in regards to it. That's what I do know. I'm just checking. Our judge, she be wanting to be on time. She be interrupting my talk time. She be interrupting it. Like, don't be interrupting me. Rachel right back says, I think that Isaiah had the best vantage point for everything that happened. So his testimony is very important to her. I agree. And I think a lot of people will say Fatima's. But considering that she was so in and out of it, I think a lot of people will say Fatima. But since she was so in and out of it, I really do think that the bystanders, um, Isaiah, I think that their testimony holds a lot of weight, right? You know, because they can fill in those gaps that Fatima wasn't able to do, right? Because the claim is that she allegedly went unconscious 3 to 4 times, right? So we can't have both happening, right? So this is a good way for them to all fill in the blanks. Rachel says, yeah, her experience is valid, but as far as details go, Isaiah, it is. And the kids that testified similarly in terms of what they saw, right? Right. Yeah, exactly. Good morning, Benny. Yeah, so I absolutely agree. You know, some people are going to really think, and y'all can see the question that I posed to everybody because, you know, people, you know, different testimonies hit different people, you know, differently, the way they were, you know, moved by it. But I don't know if the detective, I just threw that in there. I don't know if the detective's testimony meant anything. I mean, besides him explaining that, hey, they tried to say they don't speak English, but she do speak English. Somebody was there to translate, right? So who knows in regards to that part? Mm, yeah. Yeah, as soon as they ready, we'll be ready. So I think today, you know, if anybody wants to come up for the lunchtime panel, make sure you're dressed to be on camera. Let's turn those cameras on. We're gonna talk about the trial. We can talk about anything. It's a good way for us to all kind of like get to know each other, put a face to, I guess, what you want to call it, a profile picture. I got you. Okay, Rachel. Yeah, so I think that so I think that in that regards, I don't even know what I was saying. I'm up here looking at the chat and I don't forgot what I was thinking. Thanks, Rachel. Look, I forgot what I was even saying. It'll come back to me at some point in time. There you go. My brain is having a brain fart early this morning. That's not gonna be good, right? I can't have too many of those this morning today, right? But it's something Thursday. We definitely can't have that. Yeah, well, I would like for you to be dressed. I don't need no flashers up here. The jewels, like, right? We don't need no flashers up here. I want to see some faces. Like, you know, let's yeah. Yeah, I mess around and you tell you not to come dress, you come up here and flash everybody, and then we gonna all be in trouble. Right, pretty brown girl? It is early. Benny says she think y'all shy. Y'all playing hard to get. Follow Rachel calling you out. Right, Benny, on camera. Jules, don't nobody want to see that. Trust me, somebody does want to see it. somebody, somebody wants to see it, right? Right? Absolutely. Let me see here. I tell you. Let me see what our courtroom doing. I'm gonna go in here and be nosy. At least I'm gonna try to be nosy. Maybe they don't want me to be nosy. So, do anybody know about this Florida versus Shelby Neely, a sentencing this morning with some massacre, killing, or murder, or unaliving? I got to get better at my words on here. YouTube ain't gonna be playing with me because I got to get better. I just think that we should be able to use the dictionary. Whatever's in the dictionary, we should be able to use. Like everybody's grown. I had this not for kids, but YouTube rules, right? So I gotta kind of respect that. But they're not in court yet. Yeah, I had seen this about this sentencing with this Florida versus Shelby Neely. I tell you, guys, I don't know. I was watching it at 7 a.m. Crazy nonsense. The guy is a jack. Okay. I'd seen it and I was like, what is this about? It sounds real deep. Good morning, Texas Cat. Oh, Mother Papillon says I was listening to it, the sentencing hearing this morning. Awful stuff. Not good for the morning consumption. Okay. What a monster. Okay. Whoa. Like, definitely, I seen it and I was like, did I miss a trial? What's going on here? And then I seen that it was a sentencing and I was like, oh, okay. We good. Because y'all know I want to be all up in there. Yeah, Film Freak. I'm just kind of like going back in the messages, you guys. Sorry. Yeah, I get, yeah. No harm, no foul, YouTube. Full disclaimer. I'm a newbie. I try my best. I thank goodness I can figure out some ways to get off what I'm saying without saying it really bad. I just gotta look. Oh, Benny said it looked like good to me. Wow. It looked like to her that he unalived 3 people. Oh, Mother Papillon said, I don't know if the email was sent, there will be a Colbert hearing this morning, here in about a half an hour. It is to maybe get the evidence unsealed. Oh, you may want to take a break and watch the Colbert hearing. Yeah. Now, is this going to be the sentencing hearing or, like where they're sentencing him? Where everybody's going to be like testifying, in regards to his sentencing? Because he took a plea deal, right? Pretty Brown Girl said, we may have to go back and watch that one. Well, look, this is what I'll do for the Kohlberg one. Okay, so no, it's just to see if the judge will release the gag so we can see the evidence before the sentencing. Okay, the sentencing is next week. Okay, so that'd probably be like a short, kind of like something with Steven, whatever y'all want to call him. Nasty Stefan. Information this morning. Give me a second. Let me look that up. I watched the special on I want to say it was on Peacock. I don't know if any of y'all checked the special out on that one. Yeah, I watched that and I was just like, it's no way they should allow him to take a plea deal. My personal opinion. Everything is my personal opinion. So it may not agree with everybody else's. It's just no way. At least in my opinion. That was just heartless. And most of these are, right? But okay, yeah, so it's scheduled at 9:30. It's a media order hearing. Okay. Okay, that's in about 30 minutes. Let me see if I can. And we'll pop in there. It's making me sign in. Good morning, Jackie. Who else? Did I miss anybody else? Good morning, Statelin 59. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, you can give me the pronunciation. Yeah. It's making me sign in. Okay, so I put that on so we can kind of watch over there. We'll watch that. So I guess here go our game plan. You know, our judge is on time. So what we can do is, hey, good morning, Lynn. That's fine. Lurk on. We'll go into the court. Oh, good. Thank you. Hey, Carrie B. So what we'll do is we'll go into our trial that we're currently covering right now with the Ali and Ali. Once everything gets set up for, because I am interested to see what's going on with that Colbert Burger trial, we will pop over there and we'll pause wherever we're at in our current trial, and then that way we'll have some TiVo time, right? So that'll give us some TiVo time. Y'all know I love TiVo time, right? So even when they go on lunch or something, we can be just like catching up if everybody's cool with that. Let me put this up here. Okay, y'all gonna let's y'all put a 1 in the chat. Are we ready to go into the courtroom? Y'all let me know if y'all ready. Is everybody ready for something Thursday that might turn out to a thirsty Thursday? Janine, good morning. I'm seeing those ones, right? We about to head in here. Monty, good morning. We heading in? All right, Phelan, I see him. I see him coming in. Let's see.
But the rest of her is there. I'm not naming the agency because I want to bring any more attention to it. But we have a lot of medical today with what I anticipate injury photos. So I'm just asking the court to remind the media again of the court constructions, and that would.
They seem, this is somebody, it seemed like they starting off early arguing about the media coverage. I don't know what has been going on with the media coverage and what's the issue, but just so y'all can kind of know, it just kind of like popped in. This is the first thing. So this is the first thing they're showing us and actually having us listen to. whatever. I don't know what they doing.
Include exhibits of um, posted evidence and exhibits posted of minors and especially any alleged victim injury photos. Plainly, it feels like common sense to the state. That appears to not be the case. So I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one. I got a text message from Dr. Stankus this morning. Apparently, she had problems with her flight leaving at 8 o'clock. She couldn't get out of there till 9 o'clock. She anticipates landing at 11:50, and we'll try to be here as quickly as possible. Or excuse me, 12:50. She's landing instead of 11:50, and she will be here. She said hopefully by 2:15, no later than 2:30. I informed her that if we aren't finished today, she'll have to come back, and she understands that.
All right, thank you.
We would ask, though, if the court would allow, maybe if we're close to be done, going a few minutes past 4:30, if the court will allow.
All right. I would indicate I can go as late as 4:45. The timing is not for myself, but we have other people who are present in the courtroom and people who, in fact, don't work for the court. The clerk works for the clerk's office, which is separate from the court. We also have to close the courtroom and the courthouse itself. And so we have security and all of those things, which is why 4:45 is as late as I can go. We can readdress things as we are getting into it and talk about, well, let's be optimistic that we can conclude Dr. Stankus this afternoon. I certainly will be prepared to get her on the stand as soon as she arrives. Thank you for that updated information, Mr. Kading. Ms. Zoe?
Your Honor, I apologize. I just wanted to also let the court know that the state's first witness, Rivas, she is the forensic nurse examiner who conducted the strangulation exam, and I have spoken with Mr. Kading and Mr. Leary. Given the amount of information that is in her report, rather than many times of refreshing her recollection, because she cannot remember every single injury and the point in time at which it occurred, more or less, is my way of describing it. Defense does not have any issues with her, in essence, reading from her report in certain circumstances. So to move her testimony along.
All right, thank you. Is that your agreement, Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so, Ms. Zoe, obviously, consistent with the rules, the exhibit normally is provided to the witness, and then they are asked if they can need it to refresh their recollection. Instead of using that procedure, the exhibit will simply be provided to her, and she will refer to it as necessary to answer questions.
Your Honor, I can't let the court know that I plan on doing, I guess, a little bit of foundation to have her at least say that she cannot remember every detail and she would need to review her report to answer certain questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues for the court's consideration?
I do not.
All right, to go back now to the issue raised by Ms. Stone, the court's ruling as it relates to media being able to record or photograph this proceeding in any fashion includes the restriction that no minor or the alleged victim who was a minor at the time that this incident occurred or allegedly occurred. And I am prohibiting there to be any publishing or recording of the minor victims or the alleged victim. So that includes not only during their testimony in court, but also when exhibits are published that contain images of these individuals. And when I said no recording, I have and continue to allow audio recording, but not anything that captures their image. That is not allowed. It has never been allowed under the terms of my pretrial ruling and should not be occurring. Bring the jury in, please. You can go ahead and bring your witness in, please. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would like to call Sylvia Rivas.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please come forward and be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Fine.
The microphone can adjust, and then if you just need to speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Synovia Rivas, Rivas.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a health service administrator at Nisqually Correctional Facility, and I'm also a forensic nurse examiner.
And you indicated you're a health service administrator. What is a health service administrator?
I run the medical department at the Nisqually Jail.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a health service administrator?
I oversee the medical department. I have about 40 employees that I manage, and I provide patient care. Sometimes I have to cover the floor, and I manage the relationship between custody and medical.
Okay. And you also indicated you are a forensic nurse examiner. And what hospitals do you provide services to as a forensic nurse examiner?
I work at St. Pete's in Lacey, Centralia Hospital, Madigan on JBLM, and Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend.
Okay. And when you say you are so you indicated you're a health service administrator and you're also a forensic nurse examiner for the hospitals you mentioned. Are both occupations full-time, or how does that work?
I'm full-time at the jail, excuse me. And then I work part-time on call for the other hospitals.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, when you say on call, what do you mean by that?
I pick up shifts and then when needed, they call me on the days that I'm on call and I perform the exams.
Okay. And if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
My education, I have a bachelor's degree in nursing.
Okay. And then in addition to your bachelor's degree in nursing, have you attended any additional trainings?
Yes.
And what are some of those trainings?
I have about 125 hours in adult and pediatric SANE training. I also have strangulation training and some, excuse me,
Are you okay?
I am.
Do you need some water?
I do, yes, please.
Okay, we'll get you some water.
Guys, not to be funny, but did y'all see that, in regards to when she was talking about that, like she was about to be choked up? Wow. Not the strangulation expert on the stand about to be choked up. That's very coincidental. All right, here we go. I was like, oh my gosh, don't tell me she about to pass out or something on the stand. You said she probably had a big breakfast. I don't know, but get her some water, please. Here we go.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. You indicated you have, as part of your additional training, you mentioned adult and pediatrics SANE. What is this SANE? Is that an acronym?
Yes, it's sexual assault nurse examiner.
Okay. And you also what is a sexual assault nurse examiner?
I provide exams to individuals that report that they have been sexually assaulted.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have strangulation training. And what is that training composed of?
Could you, it's training on how to perform or conduct strangulation exams.
Okay. And when it comes to conducting strangulation exams, where are those examinations conducted at?
In the emergency department at the hospital.
The hospitals you mentioned that you're on call for?
Yes.
Okay. And when you conduct strangulation examinations, do you only conduct examinations on adults or on children or both?
Adults and adolescents and pediatrics.
Okay. And approximately how many strangulation exams have you conducted?
Approximately 10 to 13.
Okay. You indicated that you are when you're on call for the hospitals such as Providence St. Peter's and Providence Centralia, Madigan, and the hospital you mentioned in Port Townsend, you indicated you're on call as a forensic nurse examiner. What is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is, I perform sexual assault exams or non-fatal strangulation exams.
Okay. And then is your top priority as a forensic nurse examiner patient care still?
Yes.
Okay. And in Ms. Rivas, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is pressure applied to the neck with the intent to impede blood flow and breathing.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have training and also experience in conducting non-fatal strangulation. What do you mean by non-fatal strangulation?
That is when someone does not die.
Okay. And we often hear people sometimes say they're being choked when describing pressure being applied to their neck. In the medical context, what is choking?
Choking is when a foreign body blocks the airway.
Okay. And as a forensic nurse examiner, how you indicated that you will be on call for the hospitals. When you're on call for the hospitals, are you located at the hospital or are you located somewhere else?
No, I'm at my house, at my home, when I'm on call.
Okay. And then how are you notified that your services are needed?
The hospital will contact me and let me know that there's an exam. My services are needed.
Okay. And when the patient comes to, you indicated strangulation exams are conducted at the emergency rooms in the hospitals. When a patient comes to the emergency room and advised, let's say they have been strangled, are they being evaluated by a medical doctor first, or do they see a forensic nurse examiner like yourself first?
That depends.
Okay. What does that depend on?
It depends on how fast I can arrive to the ER, how busy the ER is, and I guess the nature of the person's injuries.
Okay. And how is a strangulation exam typically conducted?
It's conducted in the emergency department, and if I'm performing it myself, it's the head to toe assessment. I gather background information and then document my findings and consult with the provider.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you're also very soft-spoken. If you could speak
sorry.
up and just, you can actually move the chair closer to the microphone if you need to.
Sorry.
You indicated that the strangulation exam you described it as a head-to-toe exam. What is a head-to-toe exam?
Head to toe is I start on literally from the head, and observe the scalp, look inside the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and just move down, observing in every inch of the body
Okay.
with visually.
Okay. And as far as a head-to-toe exam, you mentioned that you described it as you're literally observing a patient from the top of the head and every inch of the body until you get to their feet. As part of that examination, are you also asking the patient questions about how they're feeling in certain areas?
Yes, I do ask if they have any concerns.
Okay. And what's the importance of asking the patient if they have any concerns?
To focus my exam on those areas and pay closer attention to the areas that they report.
Okay. When it comes to, based on your training experience with strangulation, when it comes to strangulation, are there sometimes signs or symptoms as a result of strangulation that cannot be physically observed with the eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you see her?
At St. Peter's.
Okay, in Lacey?
In Lacey.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you saw Miss Ali?
I believe it was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And did you in fact conduct a strangulation exam with Miss Ali?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you first met, you indicated that you did the examination with Fatima at the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital. Was it where in the emergency department? Was it in the lobby? Was it in a room?
In an exam room.
Okay. And when you first met with Fatima, what did you do?
I introduced myself and explained who I am and what I do, and the exam itself. I typically like to lay out what I do. I basically lay out what I do.
Okay, what's the importance? You indicated that well, let me ask you this. You said you introduce yourself and you explain to the patient what you do. As part of that explanation, do you also advise them what the examination process will look like?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it up to the patient to decide whether they want to go forward with the exam?
Yes, I make it really clear that they're in control of the exam and that I always say they're driving the bus. So if at any time they want to stop, they're completely in control.
Okay. And did Fatima choose to proceed with the exam?
Yes.
And you indicated earlier, as part of the strangulation exam, that you would do a head-to-toe visual inspect. I use the word inspection. A visual inspection. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did you also document your findings or observations of any external injuries?
Yes.
And the documentation process, do you document that as part of a report that you would generate?
Yes.
Okay. And during the strangulation exam, you described earlier that during a strangulation exam, you also ask the patient questions about any reported symptoms they may or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise see with your own eyes. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did she provide you with responses?
Yes.
And did you also document those responses in your report?
I did. Yes.
And to assist with your testimony, would you need to review your report to answer certain questions?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. And you indicated that as part of the strangulation exam, you will ask the patient questions about any symptoms or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise visually see yourself with your eyes. What's the purpose of asking the patient about any symptoms or concerns that they may be exhibiting?
The importance is, again, to help me assess and examine potentially any further I cannot think of the word off the top of my head, sorry, procedures or scans that may need to happen.
Okay. And based on your training experience, are there certain symptoms you would expect to see from a patient who may have had pressure applied to their neck?
Yes.
And what are some of those symptoms?
Difficulty speaking, they could have change in their voice, memory loss, difficulty breathing, loss of consciousness, pain in the neck, some bruising, abrasions, bleeding from the eyes and nose, nausea, vomiting. There could be incontinence of the bowel and bladder,
Okay.
things like that.
And all those symptoms that you described, do you see that in every patient that you conduct a strangulation exam on?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Everybody's different. Everybody presents differently, and sometimes you could have significant amount of injuries and others you could see nothing visibly, but there could be some internal injuries. It's just case by case.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it. And Ms. Rivas, do you recognize Exhibit 82?
Yes,
And what is Exhibit 82?
it's my documentation of my strangulation exam with Fatima.
Okay. And would it help refresh your recollection in answering some questions? Let me rephrase my question. Would it help refresh your recollection to review and to read from your report in answering certain questions that will be asked?
Yes,
You have permission to review your report if you are unable to answer the question directly to help refresh your recollection.
thank you.
And Ms. Rivas, as part of the strangulation exam, do you you indicated that you do a head to toe exam, but you also testify that you would ask the patient about their symptoms and concerns. As part of, in addition to those things, do you also ask the patient to sort of describe in their own words about what happened during a strangulation episode?
Yes,
And what is the purpose of asking the patient about having them relate to you what had occurred?
to help drive my exam and the areas that I need to focus on.
Okay. And in this case, did you ask Fatima to sort of describe to you in her own words what she remembered happening?
Yes,
Okay. And did she in fact tell you what had occurred during the incident?
yes.
Okay. And if you could, would it please, well, let me ask you this. What did Fatima tell you about what had occurred during the alleged strangulation incident?
She told me a lot, but
Miss Rivas, I'm specifically asking you about what Fatima indicated occurred that resulted in, if any, pressure applied to her neck.
she reported to me that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and placed in a headlock.
Okay. And did she indicate who grabbed her by her sweatshirt and placed her in the headlock?
Yes,
And who was that?
her dad.
Okay. And what did she say? Did she tell you what happened after being placed in a headlock by her dad?
That she lost consciousness.
Does she tell you anything else that she remembers seeing or hearing?
Could you elaborate on that question?
Sure. So you indicated that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and that she was placed in the headlock, and you indicated she lost consciousness. Did she say anything else about what she remembers seeing right before, or right after losing consciousness?
She reported that she felt dizzy.
Okay.
She reported some numbness.
Did she also indicate anything about what had occurred with her mom as part of the strangulation exam?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that her mom grabbed her, put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did Fatima indicate to you that when her mom did that, what, if anything, did she do?
She asked her to stop.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you testified that as part of the exam, you will ask the patient about any reported symptoms they have. In this case, did you ask Fatima whether she had a headache at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Yes. She had a headache.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she had the headache during the alleged strangulation, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
May I reference my?
Yes, you may. Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
She reported a headache after.
Okay. And what about feeling dizziness or lightheaded? Did you ask Fatima whether she felt dizzy or lightheaded at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she felt dizzy and lightheaded after.
And when you say after, are you referring to after the alleged incident?
Correct.
And then did you also ask Fatima whether or not she had loss of consciousness during the incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she lost consciousness during the incident. Yes.
And then what about any memory loss? What did she report about memory loss, if any?
She reported that she was having some memory difficulties
During the incident, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
during the incident.
Okay. And what if, did she provide you with any other details about memory loss during the incident?
May I?
You may. You have ongoing permission to refer to your report.
Thank you. She reported fuzzy feeling like her whole life was flashing before her eyes.
And then what about confusion or agitation? Does she report having any confusion as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had confusion during and after.
And what about any weakness or numbness? Does she report any weakness or numbness as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had weakness and numbness during the strangulation.
And what about vision changes?
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she had visual changes during the exam. That everything was getting darker and darker.
Okay. And when you say, I'm trying to see clarification, you indicated that Fatima indicated that she had vision changes during the exam?
I'm sorry, during the strangulation. Correction.
And did she report whether she had any blood coming from her ear, nose, or mouth?
She did not report any, and I did not observe any.
Okay. And then what about any ringing in her ears?
She did report ringing in her ears after the strangulation.
Okay. And then what about neck pain? Did she report having any neck pain?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had neck pain during, after, and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And then did she report whether she had a sore throat as it relates to the incident?
She did.
And what was her response?
That she had a sore throat after and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And what about any difficulty swallowing?
She reported that she had difficulty swallowing after and during the exam.
Okay. And did she report whether she had any pain with swallowing as it relates to this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She did have it after and during my exam.
Okay. And then what about any voice changes or hoarseness?
She did have hoarse changes and voice. Yes.
Okay. And was that, at what point does she have the voice change or hoarseness in her voice?
She reported after.
Okay. And then does she report whether she had any hyperventilation as part of this incident?
Yes, she did.
And what was her response?
After the strangulation.
And what about difficulty breathing? Does she report having any difficulty breathing?
Yes, she did report difficulty breathing.
Okay. Was it at what point?
After and during our exam.
And when you say after, are you referring to after the exam or after the incident?
After the incident.
Okay. And then does she indicate whether she had pain in any other areas of her body?
She reported pain on her left shoulder and her left hip.
Okay. believe that they have been strangled. Do you also ask them questions about, from their own standpoint, the sort of the level of pressure that they felt that was applied to their neck area?
Yes.
Okay. And when you ask the question, is the estimated level of pressure on a scale, or how is that? How do you ask about that question?
It's based on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst.
Okay. And then did you ask Fatima that question?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said it was a 5 out of 5.
Okay. And did she indicate what her estimated length of time was as it relates to the pressure that was applied to her neck?
I'm going to reference my notes. She said about 5 minutes.
Okay. And as part of that examination process, does she, you ask her questions about, as it related to her dad? Does she also make any statements about what, if anything, her mom did to her during the incident?
That she put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did she also indicate what she was feeling or thinking was going to happen to her during the alleged strangulation?
She thought she was
Overruled.
She thought she was going to die.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you talked about earlier with regards to the strangulation exam that part of it involves sort of a visual head to toe exam. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also document your observations in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did the examination, well, let me ask you this question. When Fatima first arrived at the ER, did she have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of the examination process, was her clothes left on or did they have to come off?
No, I asked my patients to put a gown on, a hospital gown.
And you testified that as part of the head to toe exam, you described the process in which you would conduct the head to toe exam. Did you follow that same procedure and process in this case with Fatima?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, observations did you make regarding her face or her head or scalp area?
That she had some injuries.
Okay. And what were some of your observations?
She had some red spots on her face and neck, small red spots, and
Okay.
some abrasions.
Okay. And what are abrasions?
They're superficial injuries in the skin.
Okay. When you say superficial injuries, like, are we talking about, is that a bruise? Is that a cut? Is that a scrape?
Usually it would be considered like a scratch or a scrape. That
Okay. And based on your training experience with regards to strangulation, what can cause, during a strangulation episode, what can cause abrasions to the body?
they can be caused by an object or like the friction between the skin due to grabbing
Okay.
or the pressure applied.
Okay. And what about her shoulder area? Did you know any injuries to her shoulder area?
She had an abrasion on her shoulder.
Okay. And what about her neck area and under her chin?
She had an abrasion there as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was besides the examination that you conducted as part of Fatima's stay at the emergency room on October 18th, were further testing ordered for her?
Yes.
And what were some of those testing as it relates to the strangulation incident?
A head and neck CT.
Okay, what's a CT?
It's a scan.
Okay. And after the exam, was Fatima released from the hospital right away?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether she stayed at the hospital overnight or was she released like 3 or 4 hours later?
I believe she stayed a few days.
Okay. And you indicated that you've conducted more than one strangulation exam. Are all patients who arrive at the emergency room indicating that they may have been strangled? Do they all stay overnight or for a few
Objection, Your
days?
Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 67 to 81. If you could look through those and let me know when you're done looking through them. Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are Exhibits 67 to 81?
The photographs that I took of Fatima.
Okay, and do those photographs accurately depict your observations of the injuries that she had on her body?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibits 67 to 81.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
67 through 81 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Fatima.
And when you first arrived at the emergency room, was Fatima already there?
Yes.
Okay, and was that, when you first saw her, is this basically her appearance?
Yes.
Exhibit 68, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A closer up of her face.
And what is the purpose of taking sort of photographs of the patient's whole body or their face?
Reference and baseline.
What do you mean by reference and baseline?
A reference when we document injuries, and then parents, if there's any issues with like anything different with their clothes, and then a close up of her face.
Okay, close up. What's the purpose of taking a photo of close up of her face?
Just for documentation purposes.
Okay. Exhibit 69, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The debris in her hair.
Exhibit 70, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
An abrasion on her neck.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this area that is sort of in the semi-upper portion of the center of the image. What are we looking at here?
A linear abrasion.
Okay. Exhibit 71, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The right side of her face, to just as a reference.
Okay.
And the area around her eye.
Okay, and when you say the area around her eye, what is the purpose of taking a photograph of the area around her eye?
To document abnormal findings.
And did you have abnormal findings around the area of her eye?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Small red circular spots on her, around her eyes.
Okay, and when you say small red circular spots, are you referring to this area that is in the middle of the image?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those small red dots?
They can be indicative of petechiae.
Okay, and what is petechiae?
Petechiae is the small, less than 3 millimeter spots that are indicative of like capillary rupture.
Okay. Exhibit 73, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Her neck, an abrasion.
Okay. And when you say abrasion, are you referring to this line that is in the middle of the image?
Correct.
And is there also discoloration that is surrounding the abrasion here?
Yes.
Exhibit 74, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A close-up of the neck and the abrasions on the neck.
Okay, and we sort of see you have what looks like a ruler that is going through the, going down the right-hand side of the image and then going across the bottom of the image. What's the purpose of having that ruler there?
To reference the length of the abrasions.
Exhibit 75, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Abrasions.
And is there, we see here in the sort of the center of the photograph, the coloration is different than compared to the rest of her skin tone. Is that discoloration on her neck area as well?
Yes.
Exhibit 76, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph? Let me zoom it out.
Close up of the previous photo documenting the length with the ruler of the abrasion.
And is this on her left side of her neck or on her right, on the right side of her neck?
Right.
Exhibit 77, can you tell the jury what you're trying to document in this photograph? Let's zoom in for you.
Abrasions.
And is this on the left side of her neck or on her right side?
The left side.
Exhibit 78, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The left side of her neck. Abrasions.
And when you say abrasions, are you referring to sort of this circular line that is running down sort of the center of the image?
Yes.
And is there also discoloration surrounding the abrasion?
Yes.
Exhibit 79, can you tell the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
The ruler to measure and reference the left abrasions.
Exhibit 80, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Fatima's left shoulder.
Okay. And what are you trying to document with regards to this photograph?
The abrasions.
Exhibit 81, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Her left shoulder.
Okay.
Abrasions.
And is there also discoloration that is being depicted in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify, you said, good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
You said you arrived and did the examination at about what time?
About 6 p.m.
Okay. And you ran through a bunch of symptoms that had been reported during and after this incident,
Yes.
right? And that included headache, dizzy, lightheaded, and I'm going to combine both during and after, loss of consciousness, memory loss, confusion, weakness, numbness, vision changes, and ringing from ears, correct?
Correct.
And by the time you did this report at 6 o'clock, those had all resolved. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the only ones that were still noted at 6 o'clock were the neck pain, sore throat, difficulty swallowing, pain with swallowing, and difficulty breathing, correct?
Correct. And the body pain
Oh, I'm sorry, it's down at the bottom, body pain, and that was regarding left shoulder, right?
and left hip.
Left side of the body, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, all the information that you received from Fatima was her subjective responses to your questions, correct?
It was her response to my questions.
Right. So like you said, you gave her a scale of 1 to 5. She said 5 on how hard the pressure was, correct?
Yes, she reported in her words, and then I asked her on a scale of 1 to 5.
Okay. So the subjective scale of her saying 1 to 5. Her 5 might be different than my 5.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And she indicated to you that the length of time that the pressure was applied to her was about 5 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had done how many strangulation examinations? 10 to 13, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been doing those examinations?
4 years.
Okay. And how many hospitals are you currently working out of?
4.
4. Okay. All right. I'm looking at your report. Do you still have your copy there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at page 7 of 11 there.
And this is exhibit
I'm sorry.
82.
Exhibit 82. Sorry, Ron, I don't have it here in front of me. And I'm looking at page 7. These are where you're noting the examination signs, correct?
Correct.
And it's separated into 8 different categories. And each one of those, I believe, yeah, all 8 of those, and we can go through them just so we have them in the record. On the upper left, it starts face, head, and scalp. Underneath that is eyes. Underneath that is nose. Underneath that is shoulders. Underneath neck under chin on the right side. Underneath that ears. Underneath that mouth. Underneath that chest. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's essentially, it looks like the upper body.
Correct.
Right, okay. And I note that in each one of those, there's a box for petechia. Petechia, if I'm pronouncing it
Petechiae?
right. Petechiae. None of those boxes are checked, right?
Correct.
Okay. So your mention on the photo that we were looking at of petechia, that is something that you noted, but you didn't mark on that page. Is that right?
Correct. I put redness on the
Okay.
face.
All right. And is petechia something that you're trained to look for when you do your strangulation exams?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you worked at the jail?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if petechia is something common to a lot of strangulations?
It can be.
Okay. But it doesn't always appear?
No.
Does the length of time that somebody is strangled, does that make a difference to you when you do your evaluation?
No.
Not at all? Okay. How about the period of length of unconsciousness? Does that make any difference to you?
No.
So why do you ask how long the strangulation is if it doesn't matter?
to get their note of it and so that I can document their findings and then present them to the provider.
And so if they tell you that and you put it in your report, does everybody else rely on that?
What do you mean by that?
I
Everyone
mean,
else?
Anyone, I'm sorry.
You can't ask questions,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you can indicate that you don't understand the question.
I don't understand that.
Well, you've prepared this report, right? Strangulation?
Yes,
Okay. And so presumably you've prepared this, other people are going to look at it.
correct.
Okay. And so they're going to look at the information provided and they are going to assume that you've reported it correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay. So everything that is reported, though, in this portion of the history of what happened comes from the person you're examining, right?
In what portion? I'm sorry, could you rephrase
When
that?
you're asking them questions, right? Estimated length of time pressure was applied.
Correct.
You're asking the questions of the person you're examining.
Yes,
Okay. And so if they're giving you erroneous information, that affects what other people are going to see, correct?
possibly.
And so if they are operating with incorrect information, they could make incorrect assessments, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And just so we're clear, Fatima did tell you that she fell to the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Approximately how long did you spend with Fatima?
Approximately with her 3 hours.
And that's entirely in the emergency department?
Correct.
And were you with her continuously or were there breaks during that time?
I don't recall there were breaks.
Is that in your experience, is that a pretty typical duration?
Yes,
And your piece of this is kind of, as you've described, the medical examination of Fatima, correct?
correct.
And then also kind of getting her verbal description, correct?
Correct.
And then, before you were called in, you had no idea of this, correct?
Correct.
And did you review police reports?
No.
And once you, finalize your report and she is either admitted or discharged or further down the hospital process, do you have further involvement with her?
No.
And so, safe to assume that you didn't review videos of an incident, right?
Correct.
And that wouldn't normally be a part of your examination, right?
No.
Okay, so you're not necessarily, you have an investigatory role in a medical sense, correct?
I have a role to assess my patient in a
Okay.
medical way.
Okay. Fair. And I'm not trying to, just in terms of you are providing information from a medical sense that is also going to then be used. It gets turned over. We're here in court, right? In a law enforcement aspect, right?
Potentially.
But it's not your role. And I'm not criticizing, but just kind of defining the parameters. So it's not your role to then further investigate, correct?
Correct.
You're not double checking what she reports based on videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that you should, okay? Just so we're clear. All right. So do you start with the description or do you start with the medical examination? What's the order of procedure?
I start by getting consent, and then I do a medical history, and then ask the questions Basically, I follow this form. So I
Okay.
start on page 1 and I move through to the end of the page.
And I see Providence. So this is a form that is prepared by Providence.
Correct.
And
And-
we are referring to Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you have any say in what goes into the form?
No.
So looking on page 3 of 82 is the checklist of symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And it's about 3/4 of a page, single space.
Yes.
And then you're talking, the options are no, during the incident, after the incident, and now, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're able to differentiate, and she was able to differentiate for you kind of when she had certain symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And there were a few notes as to details that she provided, correct?
Correct.
And those details, as she described, pertain to the actions of her dad, correct?
I believe so. Yes. Correct.
Okay. So then we go to page 4, and there is a very long handwritten page, correct?
Yes.
And that is in your handwriting, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that summarizes her description. I think that is entitled History of Assault, correct?
Correct.
And that's, so at this point, she's then kind of going start to finish, kind of that whole day. There's some stuff that happens before the incident and after. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier when she was talking to you, she described certain symptoms, headache, correct?
Yes.
Dizziness, lightheadedness, right?
Yes.
Memory loss, correct?
Yes.
And confusion,
Yes.
among other symptoms that you've previously testified about, correct?
Correct.
And the descriptions that she had are not inconsistent with strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't surprised to hear her talk about kind of the short symptoms I just listed, correct?
No.
Okay. And so when somebody loses consciousness, how is that medically described? What is going on to the person when they lose consciousness?
What is going on? Well, you could say passing out. They're not cognitively there.
Okay. So in terms of, so that would be describing the memory loss, correct? They
No.
don't- Okay. Well, I think this is where lawyers ask obvious questions and we all kind of understand the answer, but we still have to put it in the record. And so if somebody loses consciousness, they're not awake. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And so they're not perceiving events around them and able to describe. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. One side effect of that would be memory loss for that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She described confusion during and after.
Yes.
And so did you describe, confusion can be like, what is going on? Like, why is this happening? That would be one form of confusion, correct?
Correct.
There could also be kind of confusion in a medical sense because of loss of oxygen or other things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when somebody loses consciousness, is it like a switch or is it you're kind of drifting in and you're drifting out?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. It depends.
Okay. And that's fair. And so when somebody then regains consciousness, they don't necessarily know how long they've been unconscious. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they may have confusion as to what just happened, right?
Possibly.
They could wake up or begin to regain consciousness in a different location from their last memory. Fair?
Fair.
And they may not necessarily know how they got there, correct?
Correct.
And what happened, obviously they wouldn't know what happened while they're unconscious, right?
Correct.
And they would have feelings, pain, correct? Let me rephrase. If they have pain, they don't necessarily know what caused the pain while they were unconscious. Fair?
Correct.
And other symptoms that may have been a product of what happened leading up to being unconscious and while they were unconscious, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she described for you losing consciousness during the incident with her dad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she woke up either in close proximity to her mom or being held and grabbed by her mom, correct? If you recall.
Could you ask that again?
Yeah, so prior to losing consciousness, she was in a struggle with her dad. That's what she described to you, correct?
Correct.
When she woke up, she wasn't still in the struggle with her dad. And I'm asking if you remember. If you don't, that's okay too.
I don't think she specified that.
Okay. Okay. So she just described for you regaining consciousness at some point and didn't delineate where her dad was, where her mom was.
I'm going to reference my note.
Perfect. And you're looking at Exhibit 82.
Yes.
She stated she was on the floor.
Okay. And didn't necessarily say in proximity to mom or to dad in that answer. Is that fair? When she woke up.
She stated she was on the floor and my mom was grabbing my neck.
And so then, did she tell you how long she was held by her mom?
No.
Did she tell you how long she was held by her dad?
She said it felt like 5 minutes.
For her dad?
Correct.
Okay. She then said that she was able to get free from her mom, correct?
Correct.
And then that somebody was holding me, but I don't know who it was, correct?
Correct.
And did she describe what that additional holding was?
No.
And at that point, then she runs to the school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We go to page 5. There's a pre-printed question as to what did the patient think was going to happen? And this is in pertaining to strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And her answer about that pertained to what her dad did, correct?
I believe. Just in general with the situation.
Well, she said that she thought he was going to kill me, right?
Correct.
Okay.
She thought, yes, I thought I was going to die, that he was going to kill me.
Okay. And then when did the strangulation event stop? Isiah punched dad, knocking him out.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the strangulation event, it stopped when dad was stopped by Isiah. That's what you reported, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of when you regain consciousness and there is a strangulation event, it can affect, we're talking about the neck, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yes. Okay. So strangulation isn't necessary. In the way we're talking about strangulation, we're not talking about compressing someone's chest, right? We're talking about compressing the neck.
Correct. Strangulation involves the neck.
Okay. And that can affect breathing, correct?
Yes.
And it can affect your voice
Yes.
and your ability to speak,
Yes.
particularly just after the pressure is released, correct?
No, it could present days later.
Okay. But in terms of if somebody said, I had difficulty speaking after the pressure was released, that would not be uncommon, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody said, I was trying to speak, but I couldn't get words out, that would that is a possible side effect of strangulation, correct?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I would have to ask more questions if it was, some people are in shock.
Okay.
And that could possibly not they could possibly not produce words in that sense.
So fair enough. So, I mean, being unconscious can impact your kind of, your brain is kind of resetting when you're regaining consciousness, correct? Is that a,
Yes,
okay. And so you could have difficulty speaking from being unconscious, correct?
yes,
From strangulation, yes.
potentially,
And confusion,
yes,
which she described and she documented, right?
yes,
All right, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
thanks.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Rivas, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions, he asked you several questions about your documentation of petechiae on your report. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes,
And specifically, he asked you about page 7 of your report, and that's the page that has the different body parts and any observations you made of those body parts. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And as part of your strangulation exam report, are there also a portion that is labeled traumagram?
yes.
And what is typically contained in the traumagram portion of the report?
Descriptive documentation of my findings.
Okay, and did you also, with the report that you generated as it pertains to your examination of Fatima, did you also document your findings on pages 8 and 9 that is entitled traumograms?
Yes,
Okay, and on those 2 pages, did you at any point document your findings of petechiae?
yes.
Okay, and where did you document on page 8 as to the findings of petechiae?
Where I showed 2 and 3, I'm sorry, area 3, which is the neck, and then 5,
And which area of her face is area 5?
around the eye. Oh, I'm sorry, correction. The 5 is the eye.
Okay. And then also on page 9 of your report, is that also another page that is allowing you to document any physical findings you observe on the different parts of the body?
Yes,
And do you document any findings of petechiae on that page?
yes.
And where is the petechiae as you documented for Fatima?
On her cheek.
Okay. And with regards to page 3, which is the page that talks about sort of reported symptoms, Mr. Kading asked you about Fatima's answers to those, and he talked about it that basically it was her subjective, that it was her answers. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
Based on your training and experience, when a patient comes in and indicate they have a headache, is there any magical blood test you can have them do that will say patient has headache?
no,
Okay. Are there any x-rays that can be taken once you see the results, it'll say patient has headache?
no,
Okay. And so when it comes to asking a patient, whether it's as part of a strangulation exam or anytime you see a patient outside of the ER, when it comes to asking about headaches and lightheadedness and dizziness, are all of those responses in essence what the patient has to convey to you?
yes,
And with regards to
with regards to neck pain, when it comes to the level of pain, is that something that you can sort of, is there a blood test that you can have conduct on a patient that'll tell you the amount of pain that they have?
No,
Okay. And is that basically, in essence, something that is the patient's own words, because there's no test or x-ray that can document pain?
no. Yes, it is their words.
Okay. And with regards to some of the reported symptoms, you talked about some of the symptoms that Fatima had indicated yes to, that she exhibited signs of. Were there also symptoms that she in fact stated that she did not feel like she had?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, she indicated that she never coughed up blood. Is that right?
correct.
And what about nausea and vomiting? Did she ever say whether she had nausea and vomiting?
She denied any nausea or vomiting.
Okay. And Mr. Leary asked about, I believe his line of questioning at one point, you talked about somebody being in shock. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
And based on your training experience, when somebody is in shock, is that typical when it comes to somebody who just underwent trauma?
yes,
Okay. And based on your training experience, can somebody who just underwent trauma, can that sort of impact their ability to tell time or their sense of time?
yes,
Okay. And with regards to, there was also questions about loss of consciousness. This might sound like a silly question, but when you're unconscious, are you able to tell time?
no,
And are you able to tell the passage of time?
no.
And in this case, did Fatima ever indicate whether she lost consciousness?
She did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry, Recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go. Ms. Zoe, if you could come forward and take Exhibit 82, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, it's 10:25. We normally take our recess at 10:30, so this is good timing. Have the bailiff lead you back. We anticipate the recess will be 15 minutes. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
So there we have it. We have our expert that has taken his stand. It seems like everybody in the chat as well was asking on direct and also on the cross-examination how she was doing. We can, I definitely think everybody can sense the fact that she didn't look like she felt pretty good, right? Like when she first started speaking, I was like, oh gosh, I hope she's not about to choke. She's mentioning the word choke and strangulation, and she looked like she about to go through something right here, right? So I'm glad that they were able to give her some water in order for her to be able to continue her testimony. Yeah, so I think that she did good explaining it to the jury. I was wondering if she was going to provide like any of those details that, like I said, I just seen another trial where somebody was strangled and they were able to testify to it. And they had an expert come up there and they kind of like, even if they don't have all these abrasions and marks and stuff, there still can be possibly internal damage that we can't see from the outside. But it's good that the jury was able to see the actual abrasions, the marks, that can kind of, determine, how hard somebody was, pressing on your neck and things like that. And of course, the defense was trying to, press their issues, but yeah. So I guess with that being said, I don't know who we have next. It's to my understanding, at least from yesterday, from what I heard, the state only has 2 witnesses, and that will be considering one, right? So I think that they probably gonna rest today. And it's gonna be with the defense. Right, ACC. I see that the jury is smarter than the defense, right? They're just like us, right? Thinking outside of the box. You can't trick us. Like, I couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to be choked and lose consciousness. Like, that has to be scary. Like, I couldn't even imagine. And what do you do with that? And then especially looking into the eyes of one of your parents or somebody that's supposed to love you, supposed to protect you, be your, like, really? Like that alone. It is very, very, very traumatizing. Now, in regards to mom, y'all, I think that, I don't know if they gonna get her. Now, I know they're gonna get her on, the trespassing and the burglary. I think that's gonna be self-explanatory, and I think that's what some of the school people are gonna have to, may testify to. But I don't know about the mom. They about getting on my nerves with that video. They kind of showed a video that's blurred out in between the breaks. And it kind of like just comes blazing through my ears. I just hear a teen saying, "Get off of her." Right? Yeah, so I definitely feel, and this judge is really timely in regards to her break. So let me see here. Let me see. I'm just bringing up. I didn't want to stop the testimony with the expert online, but I did say, and it doesn't look like the case with really that long, the hearing case. So if everybody's good with that, I am going to pop in over there so I can kind of see what's going on, so we'll have an idea next Tuesday, next week, what we have to see in regards to that. I know some people in the chat kind of like mentioned what was going on, but while we're on break, I will play what went on in that courtroom today. Interesting. Yeah, it only looks like it's about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, guys. So I'll update the banner just so people, when they're coming in, they'll know exactly what we're doing right now. And then as soon as we get finished watching this, then we'll go right back over there. Okay, guys, here we go. As promised.
We are on the record in State v. Koberger, CR 0124 31665. Present today by video is the defendant in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Barlow, and Ms. Massoth. State is represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Hurwitz, and Ms. Jennings. On behalf of the media petitioners, we have Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing is to discuss the media's request to terminate the non-dissemination order. The state filed a response indicating it was no longer objecting to that, and the defense did file an objection indicating that they do have a continued objection to lifting the non-dissemination order. I've read the briefs that have been provided by the parties, and I'm going to attempt to shortcut things here a little bit by asking whether the defense, who is the objecting party, has anything additional to add beyond what it had in its briefing before. I don't know that I need to hear from, frankly, the petitioner. I think the briefing was adequate, so let me just start with Ms. Taylor to see if there's anything else she wants to add.
Your Honor, there is not, but if there's further argument, Ms. Barlow will be making that argument on behalf of the defense.
All right. And to be fair, Ms. Olson, was there anything you felt was important to add that was not contained within your briefing?
Your Honor, we would just briefly say in response to the defendant's brief, we certainly understand the expressed concern about the media coverage of their client. We don't think continuing the non-dissemination order helps that at all. It simply continues to limit the ability of the members of the press to reach out to the people who know the most about the case. It doesn't obligate them to say anything. We also understand that they expressed that there was a due process right to the sentencing. I read the case that they submitted. I think that there is obviously a due process right at sentencing, but I don't think that case is really it doesn't provide any guidance to the court here, because that was about information provided to the court. And given the very limited scope, and we understand it's very important, but given the very limited scope, what's to be decided at the sentencing, we don't think the arguments that Mr. Koberger made should outweigh at this stage the First Amendment rights of our clients. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, in light of that response by the media outlets or interested outlets, Ms. Barlow, do you want to add anything?
I would only say, Your Honor, as this court is well aware, the publicity in this case is so extensive and emotions are already so high that adding fuel to the fire of media interviews or a rush to interview people as they leave the courthouse or enter the courthouse would only increase the concerns that the defense has. And even though the plea has a specific sentence attached to it, as this court is well aware, things happen in plea hearings and, sentencing hearings. And to minimize the possibility of that, we request that this order stay in place.
All right, thank you. All right, as the court has considered the petition, frankly, the court was prepared at the time the plea was entered to lift the non-dissemination order in order to give the parties time to evaluate that and to ensure I wasn't missing anything. When both sides objected, I agreed to continue the non-dissemination order. I also indicated that I would have the potential to look at that again before sentencing, because frankly, I anticipated the motion from somebody, in this case, the Ms. Olson and her clients, was likely to be coming. At this point, I do not believe the purpose of the non-dissemination order, the primary purpose, which is to ensure that we can seat a impartial jury, is any longer at play. The concerns identified by the defendant, while certainly not to minimize those, they are concerns and they are significant concerns. I do not think, however, the non-dissemination order and the right of the public to information is outweighed or outweighs those rights, I should say. And frankly, I don't think that lifting the non-dissemination order will meaningfully impact those concerns. I mean, the media frenzy, as it has been described, will continue regardless. It is a little bit like water will find low ground. In this case, the media is going to write about something regardless about this case. The lifting the non-dissemination order does not require the counsel or others who were previously bound by it to speak. And the state has indicated they don't intend to until after the sentencing. And certainly I would hope that the media interests would respect those positions and give people the space that they need and request. In terms of, for example, the defendant's family and others coming and going at the sentencing, we intend to have, as we did before, appropriate security measures in place to ensure that they, as well as the victims, are allowed to get in and out unscathed by the media, if that's what they wish to do, or if they wish to speak to the media, they can do that as well. At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order. But I want to point out what that means and what it doesn't mean. So obviously nobody's required to speak to the media, first of all. Second of all, I want to be clear that the court's prior preservation order to the parties is not lifted and continues to stay in place. And so it's important to understand that those obligations still exist. And then the other thing I want to point out is that by lifting the non-dissemination order, that does not convert sealed documents to unsealed documents. Documents previously sealed by the court are still sealed. Now, I see the media also filed a petition to be heard to unseal everything. I'm denying that outright. The request to intervene, because I think it's premature at this point. So the court will, its intent is to, after sentencing, begin the process of reviewing all the sealed material in this case to determine what should be unsealed and what should not be unsealed. That process will include an opportunity for counsel to register any objections to unsealing documents, specific documents, and request to redact certain sealed documents before they are unsealed, or unseal them in a redacted form. I intend to do that in groupings of documents at a time. As I sit here now, my thought is I'm going to start from newest to oldest, because those are the ones that I have the most working knowledge of as to the reason for the sealing of the documents, as well as the content of those documents. And so I think I can get through those more quickly. As we move backward in time, it's going to take further, more extensive review by the court to figure out, to obviously review the content of those documents, listen to those hearings, et cetera, and determine why they were sealed and whether that rationale still is necessary, or that rationale still requires the documents to maintain that sealed status. And so before everybody gets out their pen and paper and sends in public records requests, understand those will be denied for sealed records until they are unsealed. And that process is going to take time. And I'm not talking days, I'm probably not talking weeks for that to be accomplished. So I hope people understand patience will be required to get through that, as I'm going to have to review those myself to make those decisions. Now, we may be able to speed things up if neither party objects to groupings of documents or specific documents being unsealed. But it's important to review those because those documents may include information that, pursuant to Rule 32, are not to be made public, including birth dates, social securities, information about minors and victims, and information that would be essentially inappropriate to unseal, including protection of individuals from undue harassment, et cetera. And so that's just going to take time. In addition, I'm unlikely to unseal much until after sentencing and after the appeals period has run. Now, I recognize the plea agreement includes a waiver of the right to appeal, but as the parties probably know, the U.S. Supreme Court in Garza versus Idaho has indicated the fact that a defendant waives the right to appeal doesn't mean they don't have the right to appeal. And so it may affect the outcome of that appeal, and it may affect the underlying case and the plea agreement. But nonetheless, the right to appeal does not go away because of the waiver. And so I think it's important for that time period to also play itself out to see that it goes the way that I think people intend and expect it to. And so I will be entering an order in the next week or so outlining the process for the review of the sealed records. And counsel will need to maintain a presence in the case in order to review those materials as they are proposed to be unsealed by the court. Because the timeline that I will likely give you will not be, I suspect, extensive as for each group of records. So I might give you 14 days, for example, to provide a response as to a group of, a dozen or a couple dozen records at a time. So just sort of heads up and fair play with respect to that. Any questions by the parties about the ruling today?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, do you have any questions?
And I don't, Your Honor. I wasn't certain if I was included within the parties. I would just say I think that the court's proposed manner of moving forward on the sealed records will likely largely address our interests, and we appreciate the court setting that out in this hearing today.
Yeah. If certain records after review maintain their sealed status, it would be at that point that I would entertain requests for me to consider that more formally and to have a voice in that. But I think until I've gone through that process, it's premature, which is why I don't intend to take up your motion, your more recent filed motion at this time. So,
thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
All right. And with that, then we are adjourned. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys. So that's that. As I promised, if it wasn't for you guys, I would not have listened to that. That was too dragged out. Like he has never made this ruling or ever did anything like this before. I was like, oh my, I can't. If he's doing that when we do anything next week, looking at it, any part, shape, form, or fashion, I don't know. That may be rough for me. Oh, that was excruciating for my ears. And I know I do a lot of but I ain't been sitting on the bitch that long. I haven't been doing this long, so I might say, oh,
that Mr. Stearns is not present, and it was my understanding.
Right there. I wish the people that would have went over there and saw some parts of it, mother of Papillons, could have told me that it was gonna be all this and he could have said that stuff, and if he would have left that out, we would have had a decision in 5 minutes. I was like, oh my gosh, they've been not asked no questions, because it's gonna take him 10 minutes to answer these questions for the lawyers and the media. No. Oh gosh. Yeah, that was enough. That was definitely enough. And thank goodness our judge is back, because she don't play them games with them. in no way, shape, form, or fashion. They got to be back on time. That's what I do now. She ain't playing that game. Yeah. That was so painful for me. I don't think y'all even understand. Like, I was over here like, like, really? He seemed like he was mighty confused. I wouldn't think he even understand what's going on. Anyways, back to the trial. Here we go, guys.
Anticipate that Ms. Wall's testimony will likely be concluded before noon. Okay, so then what I intend to do is to indicate to the jury that we would like them back at 2. That way, in case anyone's running late, everyone will be here by 2:15. And we hopefully Dr. Stankus will be here at that time and we can convene at 2:15. Any issue with proceeding that way? I don't want the jury to be here when we know they're not coming in at 1:30. Ms. Zell? Mr. Katie? Mr. Larry?
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and bring the jury in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just wanted them to
Oh.
you review the language of the instruction we proposed.
I apologize. Yes, I did. And it is very consistent with what I think I would have said had I done it myself. So I will read this as is. Thank you. You can have your witness go ahead and come into the courtroom, please. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we will continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, if you could call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I would like to call Lisa Wall.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Please say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lisa Wall, W-A-H-L.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Wall?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a family nurse practitioner at Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
And what is a family nurse practitioner?
I'm an advanced registered nurse practitioner with the capacity to assess, diagnose, and treat.
Okay. And besides working at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, are you also on call sometimes at hospitals?
I am, as a forensic nurse examiner.
Okay. And which hospitals are you on call at?
Providence Centralia Emergency Department, Providence St. Peter Hospital Emergency Department, and at Madigan Emergency Department.
And besides being employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center and then being on call at Providence Centralia, Providence St. Peter's Hospital, and Madigan, do you work at in any other medical settings?
I do.
Okay, and where is that?
I'm a per diem registered nurse at Mason General Hospital.
Is that sort of weekday thing, weekend?
That is put my son through college thing, so that's my side hustle.
Okay, all right. And you indicated that you are an advanced registered nurse practitioner. What kind of well, let me ask you this. Can you describe to the jury your education background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the San Jose State University. I have a Master's Science in Nursing from the University of Alaska in Anchorage. I have a board certification through the American Academy of Nurse Practitioners and as a nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner. And then I have board certification through the International Association of Forensic Nurses as a sexual assault nurse examiner, certified in both pediatrics as well as adolescence through adulthood.
Okay. And what is a advanced registered nurse practitioner?
I provide patient care through the context of the life trajectory, so from birth to death.
Okay. And then you indicated that you are currently employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
The Providence Abuse Intervention Center is within the Monarch Children's Justice Advocacy Center. We provide care to children under the age of 18 as well as developmental disabled adults when there's been a concern that there's been child abuse, neglect, or torture, or some combination therein.
Okay. And as part of the child abuse, that also could entail sexual abuse. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse who has specialized training in the forensics field. So what that requires is training provided by, for me, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, wherein we provide medical care to the patient as well as evidence collection, which then bridges the patient care with the legal system.
Okay. And with regards to your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, is your main responsibility still patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're working in this, at the Providence Abuse Intervention Center as a family nurse practitioner, is your number one priority patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, do you also have the ability to conduct strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any training or experience when it comes to conducting strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what that training is.
So for a forensic nurse to do forensic examinations on non-fatal strangulation issues, I have taken trainings through the National Institute of Strangulation Prevention. They collaborate with the Department of Justice, Indian Health Services, National Institute of Health, these federal domains that work together to provide hourly, half-day, full-day, 3-day trainings on the clinical assessment, documentation, and care of strangulation involving children and adults.
Okay. And have you yourself conducted or performed any strangulation exams?
I have.
Okay. And approximately how many?
Dozens.
Okay. And then as part of your responsibilities at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, do you sometimes provide follow-up care to children who may have underwent a strangulation episode?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Wall, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation has to do with the external compression of the neck, which impedes airflow and or blood flow, which then can cause loss of consciousness, brain injury, and death.
Okay. And how you indicated that strangulation in the medical context is the external pressure that can impact to the neck, that can impact airflow. How would external pressure to the neck impact airflow based on your training experience?
When you press on the neck, you're pressing on your trachea, your windpipe. When you're pressing on that area of your body, your lungs aren't able to expand and to collect oxygen. When you're not able to oxygenate your blood, the blood flow to your brain is compromised. When you don't have enough oxygen to your body system, then you will die.
Okay. And when an individual does not have oxygenated blood flowing to their brain, can that impact their brain?
It can. When think of in our neck, we have arteries that pump oxygenated blood up to our brains, and then we have the jugular veins that bring deoxygenated blood from the brain back down into the body to reoxygenate through our lung systems. When we don't have that oxygenation provided to the brain, then we experience a host of health issues, primarily loss of consciousness. Once we've lost consciousness and that compression continues, these muscles in our neck relax and the compression is much more easier. If the strangulation doesn't stop immediately, you'll experience brain injury and death.
And I would just indicate for the record that the witness, while testifying, is using her hands to describe the things that she is talking about related to the neck and head.
Okay. And in this case, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 30th of 2024?
I do.
Okay, and where did you see Miss Ali?
At the Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
Okay, and then who referred her to your care?
She was referred to our clinic following hospitalization at Providence St. Peter Hospital as a result of complications due to strangulation.
Okay. And did you also, as part of your follow-up care with Fatima on October 30th, did you also document sort of your exam of Fatima in a report?
I did.
Okay. And as part of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you sort of had to obtain some of information from her about her height and her weight?
I did.
Okay, and what was her height?
5 feet 1 inches tall.
Okay, and what was her weight?
100 pounds.
Okay. And were you also aware of an strangulation exam that was conducted by a forensic nurse examiner by the name of Synovia Rivas?
I was.
And prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you review the report that was generated by Ms. Rivas?
I did.
Okay. And were you, did you also review the medical records from Providence St. Peter's Hospital as it relates to Fatima prior to your examination on October 30th?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to the diagnoses that she received, was pneumomediastinum one of the diagnoses?
It was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is a big word. The mediastinum is here in your chest. It holds your heart, your trachea, your esophagus, and major blood vessels in this area. Pneumomediastinum means that there is air in the mediastinum that got there from, say, a medical incident. If you were intubated, it could have caused some sort of a blunt trauma injury or other means in which this air has escaped from your lungs or your airways somehow, and it's now in the mediastinum.
Okay. No, this might sound like a silly question, Ms. Wall, but is air in the mediastinum a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay. And also, prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, you indicated you reviewed the strangulation report that was prepared by Ms. Rivas. Were you aware of the signs and symptoms that Fatima exhibited during her admission into the ER on October 18th?
I was.
Okay. And when you met with Fatima on October 30th, what, if anything, did she say about any vision changes that she had since the alleged strangulation incident?
She said that her vision was more blurry.
Okay. And did she sort of explain to you in what way as to what she was able to see or she couldn't see?
Yes. In the process of a conversation with my patients, I ask in a head-to-toe manner a review of systems, so their health as they understand it from head to toe. And she indicated to me that she normally wears glasses. She didn't have access to her glasses, so that her vision baseline was blurry, but that since being strangled, her vision was, quote, more blurry.
Okay. And what about her hearing? Does she also indicate whether she had any hearing issues since the alleged strangulation incident?
Yeah, so she does not have hearing issues baseline. When she was describing her hearing, when I'm asking her questions about her hearing, she told me that it was, quote, more sensitive.
Okay. And you sort of mentioned baseline. What do you mean by baseline?
Baseline is prior to being assaulted.
And what's the importance of sort of establishing a patient's baseline?
To understand the potential consequences of the assault. So the baseline is their status quo, their normal health status prior to the events they experienced, what they experienced, the changes that happen, and any residual or lingering results from the trauma.
Okay. And did Fatima say anything to you about what her jaw was feeling?
Yes.
Okay. And what does she say about that specifically?
She told me how he had had her by her neck and her jaw, and that as a result, now when I'm seeing her now, that's a couple weeks later, I believe, since the trauma, that she had range of motion, but that she had to move slowly because if she were to move too quickly, it would trigger a pain that she just didn't want to experience.
Okay. And after you examined, well, let me ask you another question. Does she, in addition to talking about her range of motion as it relates to her jaw, does she also talk about her range of motion in general when it comes to her neck?
Yes, we were referencing her neck and her jaw, and just this whole shoulder girdle area.
Okay. And after you examined Fatima at the end of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you also provide her with a patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. And then subsequent to October 30th of 2024, did you see Fatima again at the Abuse Intervention Center on December 5th?
I did.
Okay. And on December 5th, did she talk about whether she still had symptoms from the alleged strangulation incident?
She did. She talked about how when she got stressed, she would get left shoulder and neck pain. And when she got really stressed out, it would hurt, as she told me, quote, really bad,
Okay.
unquote.
And then on December 5th of 2024, at the end of your exam with Fatima, did you provide her with continued patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Sorry, may I address you as Nurse Wall, or how would you prefer? Miss Wall?
That's fine.
Nurse Wall. Question regarding the jaw pain you just noted.
Yes.
You indicated earlier that a strangulation concerns the pressure on the throat or neck area. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so pain in the jaw would not be associated with pressure on the throat necessarily, correct?
Well, during the strain, it's
Not the pressure on the throat would not affect the jaw, right?
that could be referred pain. There could be
Okay.
lots of things.
Okay.
It's
Could
not
be
a
lots
yes
of
or no.
things. Okay. It could also have been caused by blunt force.
Correct.
Pain to withdraw. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go or stay however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, as you may imagine, as we've been going through this process, there are many logistics in trial and witness schedules and the like. And today, again, we are recessing a little bit early before the noon hour. Also, I am not going to have you back until 2 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you what that means so that you're in the jury room kind of ready to go at 2. And we'll continue with the presentation of evidence at that time. So you have a little longer today for your lunch break. Thank you so much, as always, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you in this case. We will see you after lunch. Please be seated. So if we start at 2:15 and are ready to go at 2:15, then that is 2.5 hours, I think, from 2:15 to 4:45. Realistically, I need to take a 10-minute recess in that time period to give the jury a break. So really, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Obviously, we go until a witness is done and she could be called back. I guess related to that, although I'm optimistic because I like to be optimistic that we would conclude her testimony today. If we do not, when would she be called? When would you anticipate that we would call her back? Are you talking about trying to be in trial on Friday? I told you previously that I don't know if the jurors can, but I can make that happen in my schedule. I know that she's traveling, and so I don't want to be worried about concluding her testimony and how we fit that in as we go along. Anyways, so I just want to hear from you, Mr. Kading, if you have thought about that. And again, I just want to talk about this so we have a plan, again, in hopes that we can conclude our testimony today.
And Your Honor, I did talk to her briefly this morning. Actually, I didn't talk to her. I was texting with her. She was trying to get on the airplane. I advised her that, we're going to try to get her done today. She understands that she's now making herself late, and she indicated she would be available to testify as needed after that. She did tell me that she had another case in Alaska on Monday, so she would prefer to do that. But she said if she's in the middle of testimony here, that takes priority and she will stay. If we could do Friday, if it's going to be a few minutes, that would probably be good. She is scheduled to leave again tonight, but obviously that's subject to change. So she's very flexible at this point because of the situation as it's created. I anticipate we'll be done in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
All right. What I would just ask, I expect actually that all of the lawyers have been talking about this issue, but if you would also just confer as to what you believe the best plan would be if we don't finish her testimony, whether we try for Friday or we have her Monday, or if you have something else. I'm completely open to trying to make this work between what the lawyers think works best. And of course, then we have to make sure the jury is available if it ultimately were that she needed to appear tomorrow if we don't finish. I, again, will be optimistic that we conclude today. Any issues before we recess for our lunch break, Ms. Stone?
Only as to what the court was just talking about with the parties. The state will make whatever works for in-person testimony for Dr. Stankus work if for some reason we are not concluded today. So if that means tomorrow afternoon, I just need to know because I need to cancel a appointment that I've canceled multiple times, but it's fine. I just need to do that. So if we are able to get that information maybe from the bailiff at some point this afternoon, so when we leave today, we know if that's going to be an option because I need to make that call if that's the case.
All right. Mr. Kading, do you have anything further before we recess?
I do not.
Mr. Larry?
I may have missed, I assumed it was tomorrow morning, but given, what's the window the court would make available?
It would have to be in the afternoon. I have my civil motion calendar in the morning, so it could not be in the morning. I do have an administrative law review hearing scheduled at 1:30, although I can move that. I'd prefer to resume the trial at 1:30, and then I could move my ALR to later in the afternoon.
All right, that's helpful.
And I think what I will, I don't want to, not that it necessarily would, but I don't want to stress the jury out if we don't need to, and that relates to them having to come on a time that they're not ready for. So we'll get to the afternoon recess, and then the parties can tell me where they really think we're at. And at that time, I can have the bailiff ask them if we need to, whether or not they would have any scheduling conflicts if they came back on Friday at 1:30 for up to an hour. All right. Okay. And I apologize, Mr. Larry, I don't recall. Did I ask you if you had anything before we recessed? Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you. All rise. Court's in recess.
All right, guys. So we got almost 3 hours? And it looks like court, if they do have court tomorrow, it looks like it's going to be a half a day, depending on this next witness that they have come up. So I know that we do have some replay trials, right, that we wanted to get to. So I'll put one of those on the schedule for tomorrow, just in case. In that regard. So it's lunchtime. Y'all let me know. Who's coming up? Who's coming to talk? Are we going to talk about some things? I mean, I could definitely talk for 3 hours, but I'm pretty sure y'all do not want to hear me talk for 3 hours. Let me see here. I think what we could do. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see here. So I'm down to, if y'all want to look, if we want to look at some testimony. I do think a lot of people's testimony. If y'all want to do the panel, if anybody wants to come up, that's also awesome. If everybody want to take a lunch break, when they take a lunch break, while they're taking their lunch break, that's fine. I can set it where we can come back at a certain time. Let me see here. Hey, ACC. How I got involved with trial watching? The first trial that I watched was Casey Anthony. And I was engulfed. And then I think I seen Jody Eris after that. And I was sucked down the rabbit hole. And welcome. Anybody that's new here and just subscribe, yeah, this is a good and perfect opportunity for me to welcome you and thank you for joining our community here that we're currently growing. We are the best chat on YouTube that is covering trials. We in all the trial rooms. Any trial room we can get in, we in there. Yep. So that's how I kind of like got into watching trials and being at work. Hi, Kim. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you have subscribed. Okay, Penny. Oh, wow. Mother of Papillons, really? Yeah. That was definitely one. And it showed all the gory pictures. I was like, oh, they showing all these pictures. Woo. Yes. So I think what I am doing right now, I'm going to set up another notification here while we're here, only because they're not coming back to 2. Do I have any takers that want to do the panel, or do y'all want to take a break and we come back early enough to do panel? Everybody act like they got to get a shower and get ready and do their hair and their makeup and stuff. Even though I say come as you are, right? I guess it depends. I shouldn't say that. We have to have some things together, right? Did I agree with the findings on both of those cases? Casey Anthony, no. Jody Arias, yes. Yeah, she was a narc. She was, in my eyes, she was definitely a narc. Like I can't take her. She was doing too much for me. I couldn't take her. Like, yeah, that was too much. But Casey Anthony, I just really, I couldn't believe that one. Still to this day. So I still get chills thinking about that one. To be honest. With that poor little girl. And the grandma, she was the only real, like, I wonder if her and her parents even talking. I know the last time that I heard anything about that case, they were not even talking. And like, that's how bad that got. Because I know the mom and them really feels like she had something to do with it. Right? So that was your first case? I loved it. You say you loved it? And Dr. Bob said Casey Anthony was in the area on Tuesday eating and having fun. Yeah, I believe it. And I just, I don't know about that one. Like I said, I feel some type of way about it, right? But the jury saw it a little bit different. What I would say is her attorney, what was his name? Jose? You know, he really like went on the map after that trial, right? I'm just typing this stuff in. You know, I'm multitasking. Here, let me see here. So we'll have an expert witness that's happening. Okay, this looks like this is all set up. Okay, so we have that notification. Now let's see here. Oh, really? He's gonna be the lead of defense? Yeah. Pretty Brown Girl says, when I had only heard a little bit about the hate cases, Anthony case, and found out she waited 30 days to yeah, that's what I said. Guilty. Out there getting tattoos with the boyfriend. She was kicking it. Like she was doing it. The jewel says, I remember watching the interview with the jury for Casey. They all agreed she was guilty, but felt it had too much reasonable doubt. Yeah. I tell you that between that one and between that case and the Ramsey, John Benet Ramsey, I don't understand that. I don't understand those. At all. Like I don't understand those, how those happen like that. At all. Yeah, I think I watched a Netflix special on that one, and I was like, on the John Benet and Jodi Arias, she was getting all the specials behind jail. She had a girlfriend in jail. They was doing all types of stuff on her too. So I definitely wouldn't mind going back and re-looking at some testimony. Any takers on whose testimony we should re-look at first today? I know we did the boyfriend's dad yesterday. The LE. There y'all go. The LE. I can't think that hard. Look, the LE. I need the long version. Oh, the law enforcement. Okay. I'm like, the LE. I told you I'm having brain farts today. Don't be doing that to me. Let's see here. Law enforcement one. I know it's on there. Let me see. Yeah. I'm just getting the. Let me get this queued up. Yeah, I definitely want to. The bus driver testimony I thought was really impactful as the first witness. I'm visiting that one. Here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put the law enforcement's testimony on. I am going to update the banner for us. And we're gonna chat about it, right? And this is what we're gonna do. That seemed like a good one. Deport mommy and dad. Welcome, Miss Boxing. I don't want to say Miss MHZ Boxing. Yeah, I don't think they can. I think they may be. I don't know what that status would be. Hi, Amelia. Welcome. Nice to see you in the chat.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Hang, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th.
I guess I need to go back to the beginning of his testimony. My bad, guys. I didn't even think he was on the stand that long. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see where he was on the stand. Maybe they had took a break. Oh, here we go. She was on the stand.
So you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look, y'all
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Sopal Hing. Last name spelled Heang.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
Approximately 5 years.
Now, Officer Hang, what kind of training did you undergo to become a law enforcement officer?
I underwent the 720 hours of basic law enforcement academy, and that was at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center. Then upon being certified as a peace officer, I've been on patrol the entire career where we do annual training.
Okay. And what were some of the things that were taught during these 720 hours at the academy?
So we did criminal procedures, criminal law. There was firearms training, emergency driving or EVOC, what we know it to be. There's defense tactics, patrol tactics, crisis response, CPR, things of that nature.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Well, first priority is call for services. So as a patrol officer, any types of call that comes in, it's our responsibility. We have beats. So in Lacey, we have 3. So we're assigned a specific beat, and our responsibility is whatever call comes out is to take care of that call. In addition to that is if there's proactive policing. So when there's not call volumes or calls, it's kind of expected to kind of be proactive. So deter crime, look for suspicious activities, anything of that nature. And then on top of that, community policing. So that's just business checks, engaging with the community in a positive light.
Okay, Officer Hang, you testified a moment ago that the Lacey Police Department have 3 beats. What do you mean by beats?
It's just jurisdictional boundaries. So we have the Adam area, the Boyer, and the Charles area. It's just how it's separated within the city.
In the Adam area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's from boundaries, kind of where the train truss off of Rainier Road. So that's kind of the south boundary up until 22nd Ave.
And what about the, I believe you said the Boyd area, which part of Lacey does that entail?
So that's kind of more central towards the police station. So from 22nd Ave southeast up until 15th Ave Northeast, or kind of by North Thurston High School.
Okay, and what about the Charlie district? Which area of Lacey does that entail?
That'll be Hawks Prairie area. So kind of a lot of the newer development, a lot of the warehouses that are out there.
Okay, and as a patrol officer, when you're on duty, are you assigned to a specific area or do you patrol all within the city limits of Lacey?
We are assigned. It doesn't mean that you cannot, I mean, you can assist as needed in the other beats or jurisdiction, but we are assigned a specific jurisdiction area.
Okay, and were you working on October 18th of 2024?
I was.
And were you working as a patrol officer on that day?
I was.
And which jurisdiction of Lacey were you assigned to?
That I was the adamant car.
Okay. And what, if anything, and let me ask you a different question. What was your shift that day?
I was working day shift patrol.
Okay. And what are the hours for day shift?
So it starts at 6:30 a.m. and it ends at 5:10 p.m.
Okay. And what, if anything, occurred at approximately 14:15 hours or 2:15 p.m. That day?
So we received a disturbance call at Timberline High School.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
I guess the Lacey Police Department, specifically in the Adam area.
Okay. And did you yourself respond to the call?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you initially observe when you arrived at the scene at 2:20 p.m.?
As I approached, so there was a circle of individuals, but as I approached, there was one subject, male subject, that had another male subject pinned on the ground.
Okay. And the male subject that was pinned on the ground, were you able to ascertain his identity at some point?
I was.
And what was his name?
Ihsan Ali.
Okay. And prior to you having contact with Mr. Ali in front of the bus stop, did you have contact with Mr. Ali earlier that day?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that contact?
Prior that day, I had gone to his residence as he had reported his daughter as a runaway.
Okay. And what was the name of his daughter? And on October 18th of 2024, were you the first law enforcement officer to arrive at the bus stop scene?
I was.
Okay.
And Ms. Zoe, I know we just got started, but it's noon. And so we are going to take our break. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. We will be on break or recess until 1:30 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you when they request you be back here so that they can have you in the jury room and bring you back in at 1:30. Please remember all of my instructions. Bailiffs would come forward and lead the jury back.
Okay, so they're sending the jury to lunch. Let's make sure that some courtrooms, let's see how Judge Ashley does her courtroom, because I know some of them like to do some, out of the jury presence, take care of some stuff. So let's see. Let's see how she runs this. Turn on your mic, Judge.
All right, Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? I have one question. Obviously, we have the current witness. Does the state have other witnesses planned for this afternoon? And can you indicate who will be doing the examination, please?
Okay, they figuring out who they're gonna have for the afternoon. Cool. So what do you guys think so far? I think the first person's testimony that we heard, the bus driver, was very impactful. Like it really set the stage and the scene for what this trial is going to be about. Even with his trying, his best to get this dad off of his daughter that was trying to unalive her in broad daylight. I don't know how you fight this video evidence.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Hang, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th, you had taken a call at the Ollie's residence regarding a runaway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you testified earlier that when you arrived at the Ollie residence, you had contacted Mr. Ollie.
I did.
Okay, and during your conversation with Mr. Ollie, when he reported his daughter Fatima as a runaway, did he at that time had an idea on who she might have been with when she ran away?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Ollie think that his daughter was with?
He believed her to be with Isiah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Ali about his thoughts on the fact that he believed that Fatima was with Isiah?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Can you describe the conversation, please?
Yes. So he explained to me the last time that he had located Fatima in kind of a similar incident that he had located her at Isiah's parents' house.
Okay. And then fast forward, when you indicated that when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, you observed that Mr. Ali was pinned down on the ground. I believe that was your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And after your arrival, did you separate him from the group of people that was gathering around at that point?
I did.
And Fatima Ali, when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, was she present?
No.
Okay. And what about Isiah Williams? Was he present at the bus stop when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine where Fatima and Isiah were when you arrived at the bus stop?
I did.
Okay. And where were they?
They were inside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And then after your arrival to the bus stop scene, at some point, the other Lacey officers arrived?
Correct.
And was it one other officer that arrived or several?
Oh, there were several.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many?
Just to name a few: Sergeant Newcomb, Landworld, Corporal Perneda, Corporal Stanford. It was me, Officer Chavez, Officer Bell, Officer Dawes, and a few others.
Okay.
Officer Beltran.
Okay. And you testified that when you arrived at the bus stop, there was a group of individuals that was at the bus stop already. Did they appear to you to be students or were they adults?
I at that time I couldn't tell. I think there was a mixture of both.
Okay. And did any of the officers speak to any of the individuals that were at the bus stop?
They did.
Okay. And who was the officer that spoke with some of the individuals?
Officer Chavez and Officer Bell spoke with some of those folks.
Okay. And then You testified that when you got to the bus stop, you learned that Fatima and Isaiah were at inside Timberline High School. Do you know if any officers spoke with them?
Yes,
And who was that spoke with them?
it was School Resource Officer Beltran.
Okay. And the individual that was holding Mr. Ali down when you first arrived at the bus stop, who was that individual?
That was Mr. Wagner.
And did you at some point speak to Mr. Wagner?
I did.
And did he, without going into what he specifically told you, was he able to sort of tell you what his observations were of what had occurred at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Officer Beltran was the officer that spoke with Fatima and Isaiah when they were contacted at Timberline High School. Do you know whether after Officer Beltran spoke to them, whether he updated you on what Fatima and Isaiah had told him about what had occurred?
He did.
Okay. And did your involvement in this case conclude at that point after you spoke with Mr. Wagner at the bus stop?
It did not.
Okay, and where did you go next?
Later that evening, I went to St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay, and what was the purpose of going to St. Peter's Hospital?
It was to speak with CPS and to get a recorded statement from Fatima herself.
Okay, and where did you contact Fatima?
I was in the emergency department.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photo of Fatima at the hospital.
And does Exhibit 35, the photo of Fatima, does that accurately depict the condition that she was in when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers permission to evidence Exhibit 35.
Any objection, Mr. Keating? Mr. Larry? Number 35 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Officer Hang, if you showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
That's a photo of Fatima.
Okay, and when you indicated that you contacted Fatima in the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital, did you contact her in a room in the emergency department or sort of just in the lobby area?
It was in that room.
Okay. And then what was her demeanor like when you spoke with her?
Pretty weak, pretty tired.
Okay. And what did you hear or observe that made you think that she was weak and tired?
When we started the interview, she was just very soft spoken, had a little bit of a raspy voice. And I had to continually kind of move my phone closer and closer to her so I can get a good recorded statement.
Okay. And without telling the jury what Fatima said during your interview with her, was she able to tell you what had transpired on October 18th, that
Yeah.
letter to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And without telling the jury what she said to you, was she also able to relate to you whether she had any pains or injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And after contacting Fatima at the hospital, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
And who did you make contact with?
Later that evening, CPS arrived, and then as well as Isiah and his mom.
Okay. And when Isaiah and his mother arrived at the hospital, did you also speak to them?
I did.
And when you spoke with Isaiah, what, if anything, did he provide you or did he show you?
He showed me a video of the incident
The incident that happened where?
at Timberline High School.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Okay.
And after speaking with Isaiah and his mother, what did you do after that?
I transferred custody to CPS and I cleared the scene of the
Okay.
hospital.
Who did you transfer custody to CPS to?
Fatima.
Okay. And Officer Hang, are you also aware of a no contact or a temporary protection order that was entered that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a temporary protection order and hearing notice.
Okay, and if you could turn to the very back of that order, does that order appear to be certified?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers permission to evidence Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
36 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hain, before I publish Exhibit 36, let me ask you just a few more follow-up questions. Exhibit 36, does that temporary protection order have personal information of different parties that is indicated on the order?
Yes.
Okay, and does it include individuals' date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also include their address?
Yeah, so the one that I looked at, yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 36.
You may publish.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what is page 1 of Exhibit 36. Officer Hang, can you tell the jury where this order was issued from?
It was Superior Court of Washington, County of Thurston.
Okay. And then can you indicate, according to the order, when the order was issued? Okay. I'm going to move it just a little bit.
Okay, so October 14th, 2024.
Okay. And then how long is the order to last?
Till the hearing date, so October 24th, 2024.
Okay. And who was the petitioner that was seeking? Respondent, who is that? Who is listed as a respondent or the restrained party in this case?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay, and who does the protection order protect? Who is prohibited from having contact with Isiah according to this temporary protection order?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay. I'm showing you the bottom of page 4 of Exhibit 36. Does it, besides prohibiting Mrs. Ali from contacting Isiah, does it also indicate any locations that she is prohibited from contacting?
Yes.
And what are those locations? Officer Hang, do you know whether this temporary protection order was ultimately served on Mrs. Ali?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know that it was served on Mrs. Ali?
because I served it.
Okay. And after you served the temporary protection order, did you also have to file a proof of service?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. If you could look through that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
I'm done.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a proof of service.
Okay, and if you could flip to the very back of Exhibit 37, does that appear to be a certified copy of the proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Katie?
No.
Mr. O'Leary? 37 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, just a few more follow-up questions before I publish Exhibit 37. Does Exhibit 37 also contain personal identifying information of individuals listed on this proof of service?
It does.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of Exhibit 37. Can you tell the jury when the order was served?
It was served October 16th, 2024.
Okay. And who did you serve the order on?
It was served on to Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And then where did you serve the order? Mrs. Ali, what was her reaction?
She seemed a little surprised by it.
Okay. And was your service of the temporary protection order also captured on your body worn camera?
It was.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 38?
It was a copy of my body cam.
Okay, and is what's contained on Exhibit 38 a accurate, what's contained on Exhibit 38, does it accurately depict the conversation you had with Mrs. Ali when you served on her the temporary protection order?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 38.
Any objection, Mr. Katie? Mr. O'Leary? 38 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, before publishing this exhibit, just a few more follow-up questions. When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes.
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
So I have some court documents here that I need to give you. You know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for like an anti-harassment against it. You know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's a temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject to like arrest, right?
So this person goes with my sister, her daughter.
Okay. Go
To school
or something. Something
Yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school to now where the parents want to get involved.
Do you come from school, is it?
You can look at it. So if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
From school?
Me?
Yes.
No, from Lacey, please.
Okay, and then what you tell me for this? She not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people.
No, I'm not talking.
Yeah.
So this position still have to go to courtroom?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? It's 24th.
24th.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says, I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just good up into the court date. So it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it required or is there an option for us to not?
I would call these numbers. If you don't go, the protection order will be, usually it'll be granted. So it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary. If she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it, they'll say, okay, it's permanent. So now you cannot ever get in contact with these people, can't talk to them, can't email them anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so these people, the family,
Yeah.
they tell you call.
They go to the courts, yeah, and the courts give it to us to do. Right, so right now it's civil, it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting them or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in contact.
Or my dog.
It's, the petition is between them and your mom.
Oh, and her?
Yeah. It's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened, you know.
Okay, and they said if you don't go, then they will say that you cannot come.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not gonna contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so you can never contact those people.
Okay. Oh, then, is not coming here?
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not.
If you come here, what they do?
You can call us, yeah. If they come here to start an argument, something, you don't want them, if this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us. Tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and, because this is your house, you have a right to be here and to be at peace in your own place, so.
How many times they come here?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not a jail thing?
No, not at this time, but again, yeah, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So.
I have class later.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
Yeah, never read it through all the way, right?
So that's just me pausing it. I don't know if y'all noticed that when they served her with this protection order, did y'all notice that this was on October the 10th? So this was on October the 10th. And remember, the incident that we have in question was on October the 18th. So this is fresh. clearly they all understand. So when we see a sister's reaction outside of the incident where they're on school grounds, they definitely didn't get the memo, Benny. They really didn't. Right? They definitely didn't get it. You know, like this is like 8 days later. Interesting. We shall continue.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to clarify on the 18th of October, you were on shift at what time?
I started at 6:30.
Okay. And you remember the first call you got from Mr. Ali regarding his daughter?
Yes,
Okay. And did you go to the house and talk to him?
I believe I started with a phone call first.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it fairly soon after you started on shift that morning?
Could have been 8 or 9, I believe.
Okay. And at that time, he indicated to you he was concerned that his daughter was missing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to him about looking for his daughter?
I did.
Okay. And when you went and when you told him that, did he say he was going to be looking for his daughter?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. So did he ask you what his options were?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he inquire of you if he had options?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar for 1 moment, please.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to have a brief
Sidebar. And the prosecution was objection, 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 hearsay, sidebar. Sidebar action. Well, look at the daddy. What you shaking your head for? He over there shaking his head like he can't believe this. I'm telling you, I definitely think that it goes to everything that we all thinking in the chat, that he is like, he can't believe that these people are judging him. You say no one can sidebar like Bev Canoni. Sidebar. Rachel says, trying to act like the cop knew the dad was going to go look for her at the school where they aren't supposed to be. No, sir. Well, daddy said he didn't have a protection order. It was that mama. So he said he able to go wherever he want to go to get his daughter, Rachel.
Thank you. Officer, you went back to the house a second time? Or you went to the house?
Correct.
After that, is that right?
Correct.
And what time was that?
I can't recall, maybe 10, 11.
Okay. During the morning, did you make any attempts to locate Fatima?
I did.
Okay. And what attempts did you make?
I checked Isaiah's house, contacted his mom, contacted Timberline High School. And then he also mentioned that she was in the area.
Sustained as to non-responsive as to what was said.
Okay. So you said you checked Isaiah's house, Timberline High School. Where else did you look?
Safeway.
And when you contacted Timberline High School, did you talk to anyone there?
I didn't specifically. Isaiah's mom was on the phone while I was at her house.
Okay, you said you contacted Timberline High School.
I'll rephrase. I was on scene at Isaiah's mom's house when she called to check. So it was believed.
Non-responsive. Sustained.
Okay, let me see if we can clarify this. So did you personally call Timberline High School?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from Timberline High School personally contact you?
No.
All right. And so is it fair to say then up until 2 o'clock approximately, you did not know where Fatima was that day?
Correct.
When you filed the report with, do you file a report with your office regarding either a runaway or a missing person?
Yes.
What did you file?
I had dispatch first put her in as a runaway.
Okay.
NCIC, WASIG. And then I requested that they send out an attempt to locate. So if any law enforcement agency contacted someone that given that description and or run a name, that they would come back as a runaway.
Okay. And you did that at what time?
I don't recall.
Was it before 10 o'clock?
No, I
Was
don't
it-
believe so.
So was it before noon?
I don't recall.
You don't recall when you put that in?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And you went through, noted on direct examination, you've gone through a bunch of training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the parts of your training learning what something called petechia is?
Not at Academy, no.
Okay. Have you had subsequent training regarding what petechia is?
Just basic.
Okay. Basic. Where did you have the training?
At the police station.
Okay. And who gave you training on that?
I don't recall.
Was it a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Was it an officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know what petechia is apparently.
Just some signs of it.
Okay. I'm noting in your report, we can pull this out for you. Hang on just a minute. Look at that. Airplane number 503. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Officer, I'm going to hand you a copy of this document noted as defendant exhibit 503. Take a look at that. Look at that. Tell me what that is.
Appears to be my police narrative.
Thank you. Does it look like one that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. A note. Paragraph. Let's call it 5 because there's one sentence at the top. You read that paragraph for me.
I asked Fatima about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Not asking a question yet, Your Honor.
Just a moment. There is an objection. I'll sustain the objection. He's just asking you to read it to yourself,
Oh,
and then he'll ask you a question.
thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so officer, did you get a chance to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, and you specifically note in there that you went to see Fatima at the hospital on the night of the 18th, right?
Correct.
And you specifically note in there that you saw no signs of petechia.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what petechia is,
I do.
and you've been trained on that.
For signs of it, yes.
Okay, and signs of petechia tend to appear when somebody has been strangled, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so given what you knew about this case, you went and looked for those signs,
Correct.
and you did not see any.
Can you rephrase that?
You didn't see any signs of petechia.
Not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Could you return the exhibit to the clerk, please? Thank you. Mr. Leary, cross-examination?
So this is the first time that we're going to actually hear from the mom's attorney, right? So this should be interesting. And I kind of figured that he was going to do some cross-examination because he probably going to ask him about when he gave her this notice to no contact order, this protection order, because he's the officer that served her with it. So let's see.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You have been a patrol officer for how many years?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. You know, all with the city of Lacey?
Correct.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
What, do you rotate shifts during the days, at nights? How does that work?
No, it's we bid once a year. So just depending on what you bid at the beginning of the year.
Do you have a preference?
I mean, pros and cons to each shift.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer on October 18th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard about your actions kind of throughout the day. Responded to a telephone call, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did that call come to you?
So earlier I talked about beats, or districts, so that it was assigned to me based on my patrol area for that morning.
So is it that the call comes into dispatch and then they connect to
Correct.
the patrol officer?
Correct.
And so this was a situation that could be handled over the telephone in theory, as opposed to responding to a scene, correct?
Yes, dispatch will ask, and it depends on what the reporting party is requesting. And there's phone contacts or in-person contact.
Okay. So we heard about the phone contact, and then it didn't end there. There was an in-person contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you conducted additional follow-up based on those two citizen contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you specifically assigned to respond to Timberline High School based on your prior involvement during the day?
I was not.
So just by happenstance, call goes out, you happen to be the first one there, and you suddenly realize that this is related to what you previously were
Correct.
working on.
Correct.
Okay. So then the difference between a patrol officer and a detective, if you had to summarize that for the jury, you would say what? Kind of in terms of duties and jobs and responsibilities.
I would just, I think they have more specific training. And they have, I guess, more time to do additional follow-ups as we're a patrol where sometimes can jump from call to call.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but so like as a patrol officer, you get, on this instance, you were sent into disturbance at Timberline High School, you respond, correct?
Correct.
And so your job is to be there. Well, disturbance can mean a lot of different things, right?
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what you're walking into, correct?
Correct.
So you're trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to talk to?
Yes.
Whose contact information do I need to preserve?
Yes.
Do I need to separate people?
Correct.
Do I need additional officers to respond?
Correct.
So when you got there, you could see that there was a civilian holding down Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ali didn't appear to be resisting or fighting, correct?
Correct.
And you presumably knew that they were fellow officers on their way.
Correct.
So at least from your initial impression, the situation appeared to be somewhat stabilized, right?
Yes.
No active fighting, correct?
Correct.
There were witnesses around who were at least potentially willing to speak with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You were able to determine where Fatima was, where Fatima was and Isiah, correct?
Correct.
Or at least you were told where you could potentially find them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You made contact with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
And so then you took it upon yourself. So somebody else was going to deal with Mr. Ali, correct?
Well, I did.
Oh, so you, thank you for correcting me. So you placed him under arrest or detained him or basically
Just
took possession of him?
I detained him at that moment.
Okay. You knew that other officers were going to check inside the school, correct?
Yes.
And then over the course of the next minute's time there, you then had contact with the Wagners, correct?
Correct.
And the Wagners were the individuals, civilians who happened to stop, is your understanding, correct?
Correct.
Does somebody need water? I can't see who's. All right. So you spoke with them, correct?
Correct.
And you had them there together when you were talking to them, right?
Correct.
They were side by side.
Correct.
Sometimes it makes sense to separate people to keep their stories separate, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, you were speaking to both of them, correct?
Well, initially it was Mr. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner came into contact with us kind of after the fact.
And you got their contact information, correct?
Yes, they completed a written statement.
Okay, but before we got there, you kind of figured out who they were. I don't want to say go into what they told you, but you basically figured out these people may have some information that could help me.
Correct.
At least help with the investigation.
Correct.
And you handed them witness statement forms that they filled out.
Correct.
And they wrote those statements themselves.
They did.
And then you read them over, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you handed back Mr. Wagner his form and said, hey, I need a little more detail with respect to these particular questions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he was willing to do that, right?
Yes.
All right. And those statements pertain to Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. So now I want to talk to, so when you went and saw Fatima at the hospital that night, was that the first time you had sat down and talked with her?
It was.
And you were able to take a recorded interview with her, right?
Correct.
And she was, by all accounts, cooperative with you, correct?
Yes.
And was able to answer your questions and provide you with that information, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you feel like you were able to get the questions answered that you were seeking?
For that specific incident, yes.
And you wanted to have it recorded so that there was kind of, it wasn't just your word as to what she said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to go back in time to October 16th. We saw the video of you providing a copy of a no contact order, correct?
Yes,
And do you recall having that conversation with Mrs. Ali?
I do.
All right. And so, you were able to sit and listen and watch Exhibit 38, the video, correct?
Yes,
So in that video, you're attempting to talk with Ms. Ali, correct?
yes,
And it was clear to you that she spoke some English, correct?
correct,
It was also obvious that English was not her first language, correct?
correct.
She didn't necessarily understand kind of who you were, correct?
It appeared that way.
She asked, are you with the school, correct?
Correct.
And I assume were you in full uniform?
I was.
All right. And she asked you, kind of, are you coming from the school, correct?
Yes,
And she said, well, my daughter doesn't go to that school anymore, correct?
correct.
Okay. And had questions about Isaiah's family. Did the family contact you, correct?
Yes,
And at this point, all you were doing was handing over court paperwork, correct?
correct.
And the sole purpose of that meeting was Exhibit 37, which is the proof of service, correct?
Yes,
You confirmed that the person I handed this to was Zahraa Ali, correct?
yes,
And that's really all you were expected to do, correct?
yes,
Right. So your job is, I'm going to go there, I'm going to hand this person, confirm that this document I'm handing is to the person who is listed as the respondent, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, you talked about it with her, correct? We heard and saw the conversation, correct?
Yes,
And you told her that she couldn't call Isaiah, correct?
yes,
And that she couldn't contact Isaiah, correct?
yes,
Not to talk to these people, correct?
correct.
And you also said, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Yes,
You never asked her if she read English, correct?
I did not.
And you saw that there was a potential language barrier, correct?
Correct,
And that is something that you're trained on, right? In terms of interacting with the public.
correct,
And you have resources available to you, correct?
correct.
So what's a language line?
It helps translate.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. So if you're on a call and there's a language barrier, and you need to communicate with somebody, what does the language line offer you?
It'd be just a third party person that would help translate the two languages.
Okay, and do you know where that person is from?
Can you rephrase?
I mean, so they're going to connect you with an interpreter in the city of Lacey?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, it could be anywhere, right?
Correct,
And it could be at 1 o'clock in the morning,
correct,
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
correct,
All right. And so it gives you the ability to effectively communicate with individuals where English is not their first language, correct?
correct.
And there was nothing that said that it wasn't available to you on October 16th, correct?
Correct.
And so the state had you take a look at the prohibitions on page 4 of 11.
Are you asking to be able to publish a portion of an exhibit?
If we could pull that up, and if I have permission to publish Exhibit 37,
You may.
36.
36.
So are you familiar with these orders?
I am.
Okay. And so you did not go through what is on page 4 of 11 with Ms. Ali, correct?
I did not.
Okay. So you kind of summarized it about, hey, don't call Isaiah, don't contact Isaiah, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Correct.
And so, but it doesn't it's specific about distance, correct?
Correct.
About a residence, correct?
Correct.
Daycare
Correct.
and a school.
Yes.
And then it references minors named in section 3 above. That box is checked as well.
Yes.
Okay. And had you called the language line, you would have been able to have that conversation with her in her native language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate taking the time. Thank you.
No problem.
Redirect.
Officer Hang, just wanting to seek some clarification. The morning of October 18th of 2024, when Mr. Ali called to report Fatima as a runaway, was your first conversation with him over the phone or in person?
I believe it was over the phone.
Okay, and then at some point you went out to his residence,
Correct.
and while at his residence, you then had another conversation with him about the runaway call that he reported?
Correct.
Okay. You also, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions on cross-examination, you also talked about entering Fatima as a runaway in NCIC. What is NCIC?
It's a law enforcement database when you run somebody's name.
Okay. You said it's a law enforcement database when you run someone's name. Run someone's name for what?
For wants records, it's just, so if we as law enforcement on patrol, if you run somebody's name, it'll come back with flags that dispatch will let you know. So in case of a runaway, if a law enforcement found Fatima in Olympia and ran her name, then they would know that, hey, this subject was reported as a runaway earlier this morning by who, and to contact dad or whoever.
Okay. And is NCIC, is that a national database that law enforcement can access?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also indicated, after mentioning NCIC, you also indicated WASIC. What is that?
It's similar, but it's just specific to Washington.
To where?
To the Washington state. It's a more localized but database.
Okay. And when you say it's a similar database, I'm trying to understand your testimony. The WASIC is a Washington database where the NCIC is a equivalent, but it's a national database.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding your testimony, then WASIC is a database that only law enforcement officers in Washington can access.
Correct.
So if a law enforcement officer, let's say the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, if they decide to run Fatima's name through WASIC, it will show up that she is a runaway that was reported out of Lacey Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. And did you enter Fatima as a runaway in your system? Well, let me back up for a moment. You testified on cross-examination with Mr. Kading that you don't know the exact time as to when you entered Fatima into the system as a runaway. Was it before your arrival at the bus stop that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kading also asked you some questions on cross-examination about your ability to recognize petechia. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked earlier about your training experience in becoming a law enforcement officer. Officer Hang, do you have any medical training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
Nothing certified, but just we do monthly trainings at the police station, and there was one that related to strangulation.
Okay. My question is, did you go to any seminars regarding strangulation?
workshop. I don't know about a seminar.
Okay. Did you attend a 40-hour seminar that medical professionals attend when it comes to conducting strangulation examinations?
No,
Did you go to any seminars that medical professionals attend where it teaches them the signs and symptoms of strangulation?
no,
Okay. And are you a medical doctor?
I'm not.
Okay. And you indicated that when you spoke with Fatima at the emergency room, that at some point you had to get a little bit closer to her because you were having a difficult time hearing her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately how close did you get to her?
I think pretty quickly I put the recorded phone off of next to her chin.
Okay. But were you yourself right next to her chin?
No,
Okay. And during when you were interviewing Fatima, did you at any point ask her to take her clothes off so you can do an examination?
I did not.
And did you actually did you actually conduct a strangulation exam on Fatima that day?
I did not.
And based on your trainings, based on the training that you received at the Lacey Police Department when it comes to strangulation, was it taught that law enforcement should do the strangulation exam, or should that be left to the medical professionals specifically trained to conduct that examination?
It'll be the latter half, the medical professionals.
Okay. And during your interview with Fatima at the emergency room, did she at any point was she coherent during the whole entire interview?
She was.
Okay. Were there times where she appeared confused at any of the questions that you were asking her?
I don't believe so.
With regards to, want to ask you a few questions about the service of the temporary protection order. You watched the service of the temporary protection order earlier on direct examination, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall there was a point when Mrs. Ali was asking you if you were with the school?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified on cross-examination that well, let me back up for a moment. Were you in your full uniform that day?
I was.
Okay. And are you aware of what school resource officers are?
Yes.
Okay. And what are school resource officers?
What are they?
Yes.
So they're uniform commissioned officer that is assigned to specific schools.
Okay. And are there specific Lacey police officers that are in fact school resource officers?
There are.
Okay. And I believe earlier on direct examination, you mentioned one of them was Officer Beltran. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And besides Officer Beltran, are there other school resource officers that works for the Lacey Police Department, but actually are assigned to the schools?
Yes,
And do you know any of their names?
I do.
And who are they?
School resource officer Howard, and currently right now school resource officer Newcomb.
Okay. And the school resource officers, when they are assigned to a specific school, when they're on shift, are they also what are they typically wearing when they're on shift?
Same uniform
Okay. When you say same uniform as who?
as patrol officers.
Okay. Would it be the same uniform you were wearing the day when you served the temporary protection order?
Correct.
And at some point during the contact you have with Mrs. Ali when you are serving the protection order, I believe in the video you had indicated to her that if they come to her residence and they don't leave, then she can call law enforcement. Do you remember talking to her about that?
I do.
Okay. And you indicated that to her. What was that in response to?
Her question.
Okay, and what was she asking you?
She asked, is it appropriate for them to come to my residence?
Okay, and the they that you were talking to her about, who's they?
I would assume Isaiah and his parents.
Sustained.
Okay, when you were talking to Mrs. Ali about they coming to her residence, in what context were you talking to her about that?
Well, it sounded like there was an incident
I'm not
prior.
okay. I'm gonna stop you for a moment. What was the purpose of you being at her residence?
To serve the order.
Okay. And then when you were at her residence, was there also someone else that was talking to you as well?
Yes,
Okay. And during that conversation, did it appear to you that there was a separate conversation that was occurring between Mrs. Ali and her daughter?
yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Recross, Mr. Keating.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You indicated that when you send a report into NCIS and WASIC, that's so you can have the parents contacted when their child's found?
No,
That isn't. Okay. So you send in the notification, and then what happens after that? The police know that she's missing, right?
correct.
And if she's reported missing, then they'll know where she is.
Rephrase that, please.
The police will know where she is as soon as they find out from another agency or themselves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they call the parents at that point so they can come and pick them up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because they're children and they're runaways, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Just briefly. So if I call and report that my 18-year-old is a runaway, would the procedure be the same?
No,
Because we draw a distinction between someone who's over 18 and under 18, correct?
correct.
Okay, so because the report involves somebody who is under the age of 18, that's why you entered it into NCIC and WASIC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the issue of the school resource officer, so the question was, are you with the school, correct?
Yes,
And you said no.
correct.
And you didn't identify yourself as a school resource officer, correct?
Correct.
So your communication to my client was that this had nothing to do with the school, correct?
I don't know if I understand that question.
Well, she asked you, are you with the school? You said no, correct?
Correct.
You never told her to stay away from the school, correct?
Correct.
And that this all had to do with Isaiah and his family and to not have contact with them, Isaiah individually, correct?
Correct.
So she asked you, is this about the school? And you said no.
I don't know if I specifically said no.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But she said, are you with the school? And you said no.
Correct.
So the impression that was left that you communicated to her was that this was separate from anything to do with the school, correct?
I can't assume what.
Okay. You were serving a court order, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't coming from the school, correct?
Correct.
The petitioner wasn't the principal or the school, correct?
Correct.
This is entirely involving Isaiah Williams and his family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I know
Call
he
your
glad. I know he glad. I was like, oh gosh, oh, they got recross, cross, redirect, direct. Oh, excuse me. Wow. So our next witness. So we on witness number 3. Let's see here. I don't know. With our last bench trial, it was kind of the same as I was putting the question in there. I just wonder from the emotional aspect, because, she's going to get up there and testify, and the jurors may, just from her testimony.
I'm going to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Ms. Cody, may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Good. Can you please state your name and
So do y'all want to watch her testimony, or we want to move to somebody else? I think there was another officer that testified. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. TYK, yeah, I just alert came through my phone. I don't know. Ain't no telling. Okay. Let me find that one. Mm, mm. Let me see what day. I'm just looking to see what day he was on. Yeah, because he came back 2 days. They didn't finish with his testimony. Here we go.
with you?
I don't know if that's why. It was just, adrenaline was going pretty quick and it happened.
About to give will be true and correct. Please come forward and be seated. We're going to need you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Justin Beltran, Beltran.
Are you employed, sir?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed by the city of Lacey with the police department.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Lacey?
9 years.
Can you briefly describe some of your training and experience in law enforcement, please, sir?
Yes. Successfully completed the basic law enforcement academy at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission in Burien, Washington, and have had my peace officer certification since July of 2016. There received training in criminal law, criminal procedures, police tactics, firearms, defensive tactics, evidence gathering, as well as many other topics. Prior to joining the Lacey Police Department, I was employed by the Washington State Department of Corrections as a community corrections officer in King County. I also graduated from the Basic Community Corrections Officers Academy in November of 2015. As a community corrections officer, I was responsible for supervising community members that were on active probation and parole. I also received my Bachelor of Arts degree from Central Washington in Law and Justice in 2012.
Okay. And what are your current duties as a patrol or as an officer? What do you do for Lacey PD?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the investigative unit as a school resource officer. I'm one of 3.
I'm going to ask you just to come back a tiny bit from the microphone. It's a really sensitive microphone. If you're super close, it gets garbled. If you're too far back, it doesn't pick you up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm one of 3 school resource officers that work with the North Thurston Public School District. Typically throughout the school year, I work with school administration, students and their families to find solutions to difficult situations. And then I'm also responsible for being on site at the various schools, assisting in school-related events and working with community partners to keep our students safe on and off campus.
And when you were working as a school resource officer, how are you dressed? How do you show up for that job?
The usual black jumpsuit, my duty belt, and my external carrier. I look very similar to the other officers that are working patrol or responding to your 911 calls. And I do have a marked police vehicle.
Is that uniform slightly different than what you're wearing today?
It is.
Okay, what are you wearing today?
We would consider these our Class A's or our formal wool uniform.
Okay, so it doesn't have, is it fair to say it doesn't have your gear and equipment attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I did.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
And about what time did you arrive, if you know?
About 26 hours.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived?
I observed people everywhere. So Timberline has about 1,500 students that go there, and school had just gotten out at 1,400 hours. So you have students that self-transport there, so they drive their own cars. You have a good amount of students that are leaving with school district provided transportation, as well as a group of students that take public transit or intercity transit. Timberline High School is located just north of Mullen Road, which is also a very, very busy roadway. And then directly across from Timberline High School is Lakes Elementary. And that school was due to get out at about 1440 hours. So you had students, their guardians on standby in the parking lot directly across the street, waiting to pick up their kids. And then in addition to seeing people everywhere, I noticed some of my Lacey Police partners talking to various groups within the student parking lot and along Mullen Road.
And you may have said this and I missed it. Is that the school that you're an SRO for, or are you an SRO for a different school?
Timberline is not my primary high school, but I do cover additional schools on Fridays, just with the varying schedules of the 3 SROs that are employed by our agency.
And what is your primary high school?
River Ridge High School.
Whose primary school is Timberline as an SRO?
Officer Howard, Alicia Howard.
And was this a Friday?
It was.
Okay. So had you been there during the school day and were coming back, or had you not been there that day? You said, and I asked that because you said you would kind of cover down for folks on Fridays, right?
Correct.
So what was happening on this Friday?
So I try to spend majority of my time at my high schools. I don't exactly recall what was going on, but when the call came out, I was responding from River Ridge High School.
Okay. So you said you arrived and you saw lots of people, lots of cars based on the time of day it was, and you saw some of your law enforcement folks there too. Do you remember who was there?
Yeah, so I initially made contact with Corporal Pruneda, who's now been promoted to sergeant, Officer Hang, Officer Dawes, Officer Bell, and Officer Chavez, who was on field training with Officer Bell.
Okay, so Chavez was on field training with Officer Bell?
Correct.
Does that mean they would have ridden together?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
I made initial contact with Corporal Pruneda. just to kind of inquire what was going on. And then Officer Hang, I also made contact with him and I inquired if anybody had made their way into the school to locate Fatima. And I was advised nobody had made their way into the school yet.
Okay, so did you go into the school from there?
I did.
Is that something that when you were making contact with other officers, there's somebody specifically handing out tasks, you go, or is that, as you've kind of described, you make contact and you collectively kind of figure out where the holes are and the gaps are that need to be filled?
Correct. To find where the holes are at, knowing that I was maybe 4th or 5th on scene. I tried to find work, so to speak, and knowing that I'm familiar with the building, familiar with school administration, I elected to go and track down Fatima.
And where did you go?
I made my way into the main office at about 14:30 hours, and I was advised that.
Okay, I'm gonna have you pause. Thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay. So where do you enter the school?
So if you head north through the student parking lot, it's like a double doors to get into the main office that leads into the cafeteria. And then to the right is the main office entrance.
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what I've handed you, sir?
I do.
What are those?
It's the student parking lot of Timberline High School.
Okay. And do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, I'm going to take them back. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor. You may. Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you?
And admitted.
Excuse me, unadmitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here?
Yeah, so the street that's labeled Mullen Road, it goes east and west. And then that little area is the student parking lot just north of that Mullen Road designator, right over there. And
May I
then,
approach, Your Honor? I apologize.
Yes.
You have a cleaner.
Oh.
So that's okay. Have the dot here.
Okay.
It will click on that. You have to hold on. There's a delay when it starts.
Okay.
And officer, if you also can, as you use the pointer, describe what portion of the exhibit that you are highlighting. So for example, center of the photograph, right center, right lower. All right.
Will do. So this entire section, sorry, it's a little finicky. This area right here is the student parking lot.
Okay. And you're talking about just about center of that photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Center of the photograph. And then near where the dot or the indicator, the red indicator, also in the center of the photograph is about where the main entrance and the office is.
Okay. So on State's Exhibit 1, when you look at that photograph, you said right about where the red dot is, which is just to the right of center. Is that where the administration offices are?
Correct.
Okay. And are the main doors to the building right there as well?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take it up. Well, actually, I'm going to hit pause. When you said you went in to make contact, where did you enter?
So I initially pulled in with my patrol vehicle here. I made contact with Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang, and then
This is highlighting the area near the bus stop, which is the lower middle portion of the exhibit.
my apologies. And then I proceeded to move my patrol car through the driveway and park my car about center of the photograph right here.
Okay. Where are the entrances and exits to Timberline High School, if you know? You
There-
described that main entrance. Are there any other entrances or exits?
Yes, there is, well, as far as main entry exit points, this would be the front of the school, but there is additional entry exit points further west of the school, near the bus drop off, which is this area I'm pointing at too, which is also middle of the photograph as well. This is the bus loop. And then there's an additional entry exit point that's almost near like the auditorium.
Okay, so there's a couple of them.
Correct.
And that last spot that was highlighted was just below the middle of the photograph, below the middle.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take that back from you. All right. When you entered, were you able to just walk right in? Meaning were the doors unlocked and open to the public?
At that point, they had just lifted lockdown protocols. But I do have a special key fob to bypass locked doors that was issued to me by the school district.
Do you get notified if school goes into lockdown?
Typically, yes.
Is that why you have that? Did you call it a key fob?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that key fob?
Yes. And it can be used all across the school district. So it's not just Timberline High School, but at any of the other schools within our city limits.
Okay. So you went there, you had the capacity, you didn't have to end up using it. Is that correct?
I believe I still fobbed in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
And where did you go when you entered?
I entered the school and then made my way to the main office to inquire where Fatima was at.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was in the main office, if you remember?
There were several counselors. There was Principal Dean. There was the Dean of Students. I don't recall her name. But several people pointed me back to an office where the nurse was present with Fatima.
Did you know any of the counselors' names?
I believe one of the Dean of Students might be Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay.
Principal Dean. I'm not sure about the others.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So you made contact with the adults that were in the main office and they sent you back to where?
So I walked through the main office. I believe it was the nurse's office. I walked back there and entered the room.
And who was back in the nurse's office?
The nurse at the time was Fatima, Isiah, and Principal Dean. And there might have been one or two others, but I was only in there for maybe 10 seconds or so. I was in there very, very briefly.
Okay. And then where did you go after that initial, about 10 seconds is the nurse's office? What happened next?
Yeah, so I inquired if Fatima needed medical, and I was advised yes. So I exited the room and called for medical or fire to respond to evaluate Fatima.
And did they in fact arrive and conduct a medical evaluation?
They did.
For who?
Fatima.
How did Fatima appear to you when you made contact with her?
Upon initial contact, she was seated. She was quiet in the corner. But then again, I was only in there for, just a few seconds to inquire about medical. And then I remained out of that room until fire completed their evaluation.
Where did you go while fire was doing their evaluation?
I remained outside in the main office, going back and forth to see if we can track down video surveillance, to talk to my partners, to just kind of figure out where we're at in this investigation.
Do you know how long it took medical to see her? How long did it take fire to see her?
I believe they conducted their evaluation within like 11-minute span.
Were they already on the scene of the school when you arrived, or were you still waiting for them to arrive when you got there?
I was waiting for them to arrive.
So that 11 minutes that you're referring to, is that 11 minutes from the time they arrived? That's how long it took them to actually evaluate her, or is that how long you had to wait for them to arrive on scene?
I believe it took them about, let me think about this 1 second.
That's okay.
They completed their evaluation by 1450 hours. So by the time I arrived and requested for medical, that was about 1431 hours. I don't know exactly when they showed up, but they had completed their evaluation by 1450 hours.
Okay. And did you take a statement from Fatima at that time?
After being advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital, I conducted a preliminary statement from her, or obtained a preliminary statement from her.
Were there any, let me back up. Did you make contact with anyone by the name of Isaiah Williams at that time?
I did.
And were you able to take a statement from him regarding those events?
At a later time.
Okay. And were his parents on scene at that time?
Yes,
Okay. At the time that the statement was taken, were his parents on scene?
they were.
Okay. Prior to that, were his parents on scene?
They were not.
Okay. Do you know about what time you took that statement from Isaiah?
About 1545 hours.
And regarding Isaiah, were you able to observe whether he had any kind of markings or apparent external injuries on his person?
I did.
What did you observe?
He had a bump on above his left eyebrow or near his left temple. There was some redness and swelling. He also had small abrasion on his left cheek and some scratches on his left shoulder.
Did you take any photographs of those injuries that you identified?
I did.
And when and where did you take those photos?
After I conducted the audio and video recorded statement with the permission of his parents, I also took those photographs within that conference room, the same location where he was interviewed.
What was his demeanor when you observed him?
Overwhelmed, very emotional. As far as him providing me with information about his involvement.
And I don't want you to repeat anything he says. Okay.
I won't. He seemed to almost be kind of jumping around, like he didn't know how to gather his thoughts initially. So it seemed like a lot of what he was going through was a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Anna.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go ahead and recess for the day before the next series of questions for this witness. I truly thank you for your time and attention today. We anticipate starting back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you about not discussing this case with anyone, not doing any independent research, not becoming exposed to any outside information from any source. We'll look forward.
Okay. playing. She was like, they gotta go home and come back. Let me get his rest of his testimony up for it. Oh no, that's on day 2. Let me get him up. Yeah. Oh, and they go right into Dad's testimony after that. Yeah. Juicy, juicy. That was a juicy day too. I'm like talking to myself as I go. Let me put this up here. Yeah, Namaste. Yeah, they told him to move his mouth away from the mic, saying it was so sensitive, but he probably need to put his mouth on the mic. Hi, Monica. Welcome to the chat. Welcome all the newbies. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, absolutely. I think we all can agree with that. Here we go. The rest of our officers' testimony.
That you had taken of Isaiah. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you said that was following taking a statement from him. Is that correct?
correct.
May I approach, please, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 39 through 51. I'm going to ask you to review these silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what are those?
Photographs I took after an audio and video recorded statement with Isaiah.
Okay, and photographs of who?
Isaiah.
Okay. Do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Isaiah as he appeared to you on the afternoon of October 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibits 39 through 51.
Any objection, Mr. Katie?
Okay.
Mr. Larry? 39 through 51 shall be admitted.
Request permission to retrieve and publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Take those back. Zoom out a little bit. I'm showing what's been admitted as States Exhibit 39. Officer Belt. Oh, sorry, they both went off. Thank you. I'm showing States Exhibit 39. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Isaiah's the left side of Isaiah's face.
And what were you trying? You took these photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified as to the injuries that you physically observed. Is that correct?
Correct.
What were you trying to capture in this photograph, States Exhibit 39?
just above his left eyebrow, you see like a bump. There's some redness and swelling there. That's what I was trying to capture on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to show States Exhibit 51. What is that? What were you trying to capture in 51?
A different angle of that bump above his left eyebrow.
Okay. And States Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
Just an external shot of his face to show just his full face for context.
I'm actually going to move it over. I think our clicker is. In terms of what you were trying to photograph.
Well, this photo just provides just the full context of his face, but you can also see the elevation on the left, above his left eyebrow or left temple area.
Thank you. And looking at States Exhibit 40, Officer Beltran, what were we looking at here?
His left cheek, I was trying to capture the abrasion near his chin.
And 41, is this a photo of the same, but closer?
Correct.
States Exhibit 49. Who is that?
Isiah.
Okay, thank you. Did you take photographs of Isaiah's hands as part of this process as well?
I did.
Showing you States Exhibit 42. What are we looking at here?
The top part of Isaiah's hands.
States Exhibit 47. What were you photographing at States Exhibit 47?
Some scratches on his left shoulder.
Okay. And what about States Exhibit 45? What were you trying to photograph in 45?
To see if there were any markings on his neck.
Okay. Did you have any indication that Isiah had been engaged in the same way with the adult male, with Mr. Ali, as Fatima had?
No.
Okay. And you said you also spoke with Fatima, is that correct?
I did.
And you took photographs of Fatima as well, is that correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with Fatima or observed Fatima, what, if anything, did you observe about her physical appearance?
Upon initial contact with her, and prior to requesting for medical, I had no contact with her, but I did observe her in the corner of the room. It wasn't until after fire had completed their evaluation when I re-entered the room and made contact with her. You inquired about demeanor?
Yes.
She was seated in the corner. She's fairly quiet until I engaged with her.
Did you observe any injuries to her?
Not initially.
Okay. What about after you had a contact with her?
Yes, so after I completed my preliminary interview and she was loaded up on the gurney, I did observe some scratches and red marks along both sides of her neck.
Okay. What about, how did she sound? How was her voice?
She spoke in a very low tone. Her voice was very raspy and almost as if it was dry.
And did you photograph what you were able to observe on Fatima as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? Officer Beltran, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as States Exhibits 52 to 59. Review those silently to yourself, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are those?
Photographs that I took on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. And photographs you took of who?
Fatima.
Okay. And are those photographs associated with the events you've been talking about today?
Correct.
And do those photographs, States Exhibits 52 through 59, appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Ms. Ali as she appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit States Exhibits 52 through 59.
Mr. Kading, any objection? Mr. Larry, any objection? 52 through 59 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, starting with States Exhibit 52. And who are we looking at in States Exhibit 52?
Fatima.
Okay, and where is Fatima located at the time you took this photograph?
In the main office of Timberline High School.
Okay, and how is she currently pictured in this photograph?
In a gurney, prepped, ready to go to the hospital.
Okay, so you've looked at her, you taken these photos after medics, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 53. What are we looking at here, sir?
Facial photograph of Fatima.
Okay. States Exhibit 54. What were you trying to photograph there? And I know it's bright.
There are some red marks and some scratches, I believe, on the left side of her neck. That's what I was trying to photograph.
Okay. Are you talking about what I would describe as just below the center of the photograph here?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 57. What are we looking at here?
The right side of Fatima's neck.
Okay. And again, there's lights right over the TV screens. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about the other side of her neck, was there anything about her jaw that you were trying to photograph?
Not at this time.
Okay. What about later?
Yes. So when I conducted the photographs, I inquired if Fatima had any other injuries or felt pain anywhere else. And so she advised me that she was feeling pain in her lower jaw.
So were you trying to take a photograph of that or capture that as well?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 56. What is that a photograph of?
A closer shot of the right side of her neck.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59. What were you taking a photograph here in State's Exhibit 59?
Angle further back to capture both sides of her neck.
Okay, so why were you concerned about taking photograph of her neck?
Just given what information she provided to me as far as what went down in the incident, I wanted to make sure to fully capture her reported injuries.
Okay, and that was immediately after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And so after fire completed their evaluation, what happened next?
I was advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital for further medical evaluation.
Okay, did you follow her to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay, what did you do then next?
I remained on scene at Timberline High School and waited for Isaiah's guardians to arrive to conduct an audio and video recorded statement.
Okay, and then after you spoke with Isaiah and photographed Isaiah, what did you do?
I returned back to the Lacey Police Department.
Okay, did you contact anyone else associated with this case?
I did contact the nonprofit organization that Fatima was working with to inquire whether or not bed space would be available in the event that she was discharged from the hospital, and then also contacted CPS and advised them of the incident.
Okay. What about, are you familiar whether a protection order or trespass order was associated with this case?
I am.
Did you do anything with those?
Yes, I located the temporary protection order that was issued on, I believe, October 14th between Isaiah's family and Fatima's mother. I uploaded that as part of evidence for the case, as well as the North Thurston Public School District trespass letter that was issued to Fatima's mother on September 17th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated just before that you had contacted the nonprofit associated with this case, as well as CPS to check on status of whether there was availability for Fatima. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware whether Fatima was listed as a runaway at this point during your interactions with Fatima or that nonprofit?
After the fact, yes. It was associated with the initial 911 call, and it was cross-referenced. And it was also discussed with other officers that were on scene that she was the associated runaway from earlier in the day.
Okay. And let me ask you a general question. When somebody is a runaway, are they given a specific status, or is there a formal indicator of that?
Yes, they are listed in our system or WASIC and NCIC as a runaway, just like in the event somebody wants to report a family member that's an adult as a missing person. They are assigned that designator in the event somebody were to run their name through dispatch.
And that's not, to be clear, that's not a crime, right? Being a runaway is not a crime that you would charge someone.
Correct. It's a status offense. In the off chance that they were of an adult age, they wouldn't be entered into the system.
Okay. And when, let's say a school, well, you work in the schools, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody in the school, whether they know that they are formally listed as a runaway or they don't know, or maybe they just know colloquially, right? Maybe the student has just told them, is a school required to notify you if they come in contact with that person?
No.
Are you required to notify parents or guardians if you come in contact with that person?
Not initially.
Okay. And in what situation may you not be required to do that?
In the event the student expresses safety concerns.
And what about the school to you? Is that the same? If those safety concerns are expressed, does the school have to notify you?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I wanted to show you some exhibits here that have been marked as exhibits 524 through 504 through 524. If I may approach, Your Honor, I'd like to hand him exhibits 504 through 516 to begin with.
You may.
Officer, if you could just take a look at those for me real quick. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
And could you please tell us what those are?
Photographs of Isaiah.
And are those the same photographs that the prosecutor showed you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Let me approach and take this back down real quick.
You may.
I'm going to approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you two exhibits, 504 and
You may.
49. Officer, do those appear to be the same photograph?
Yes, with some distortion of, I'm assuming the printer, but yes.
Okay. They seem to have a little bit different coloring. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say that's just due to the printer?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to look at going to hand you exhibit 523 and 59. One moment. Take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos as the same photo?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in those photos, can you see different markings on the photos, on the face?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell us who that is that we're looking at there?
Fatima.
Okay. And in exhibit number, is that 523, is there more or less markings in that photo?
More.
Okay. And what about the color of the sweater?
The color of the sweater in 523 appears to be lighter.
Okay. And do you remember what the actual color was closer to in those?
Dark colored, possibly black.
Okay. So you think the photo that has more detail of the face is less accurate color-wise?
I mean, given the lighting conditions, it is still a dark colored hoodie. Can you rephrase that question?
Well,
or
I
yeah.
just asked, the face on the one seems to show more detail, right?
Yes, on 523, it shows more detail.
Okay, but the sweater seems to be lighter in color.
Correct, versus the other exhibit, number 59.
Okay, so my question is, do you have any recollection that of when you took the photo, which color was more accurate? Of the sweater, excuse me.
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to approach you about those in. And so these photos that you took appear different, even though they're the same photo. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And printed out, yes.
Printed out differently. And the photos, did you check 524 through 517 of the TV? Did you look at those yet? Just the ones of us.
So Mr. Kading is handing the witness what's been marked 517 through 524. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and do those appear to be the copies of the pictures you took that day?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit exhibits 503, or excuse me, 504 through 524.
Mr. Larry, any objection? Ms. Stone?
May I wonder the witness?
You may. Mr. Kading, Ms. Stone is going to voir dire the witness.
Officer Beltran, just to be clear, when you take photographs, do you do anything special in terms of camera, adjusting the camera angle, doing anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Have you printed off photographs before?
In relation to this case or just in general?
In general.
Yes.
Have you experienced any difference in printing off photographs depending on where you print them?
Correct.
Okay, so they don't necessarily come out the same. Let's say if you print it off a home computer, or if you go print it off your work, or if someone else prints it off somewhere else. Is that correct?
Okay, wait a minute now. I am pausing. Therapist, you know, what is this one? GYAITHRN.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Stone?
I'm assuming y'all didn't have to.
504 through 524 shall be admitted.
Me learning.
And Your Honor, at this time, I am not going to move to publish these as we have seen the photos. We will have them for the jury to look at later.
All right.
All right. Now, thank you, Officer Beltran. So you arrived at the school at approximately 2:20, is that right?
226.
2:26, okay. And did you first go to the parking lot?
I did.
All right. And how many officers did you see in the parking lot?
Several.
All right. Did you talk to any of them?
Initially, two of them.
Which were who?
Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang.
And when you saw Officer Hang, was he at his vehicle or was he on the street?
He was in the parking lot near his vehicle.
Okay. And at that time, did you see the defendant anywhere?
I did not.
Did you talk to any civilian witnesses in the parking lot?
No.
And when you got there, did you see Mrs. Ali anywhere?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after this incident?
I did not.
Subsequent to the 18th of October, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
With our, like within the department or
Yeah.
community
Sorry,
members?
You can't ask questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clarify. Okay. Did you talk with anyone else in the department about this case?
I did.
Okay. Who did you talk to?
Several officers, Officer Howard, believe some of our detective division, Sergeant Landworld, as far as updates go, Detective Sergeant Knight.
Did they give you anything more to do on this case?
On October 25th, 2024 at 7:29 hours in the morning, I did drive by Fatima's residence just to see if any vehicles were present, and none were located. And that information was relayed back to the detective division.
So you were directed by someone in the department to go drive by the residence?
I wouldn't say I was directed. I voluntarily drove by the residence.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination,
Thank you.
redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Officer Beltran, are you familiar with something called body cam?
I am.
What is that?
It's a department issued camera that all officers carry on them when they're out and patrolling or out doing their job function.
Okay. And how does that work? Is it on all the time? Is it something that you turn on? How does that work, system?
Typically, it's something we activate, but in the event that we have a emergency signal that gets activated either through our patrol vehicle, sometimes the camera does auto activate.
And did you have body cam on you on October 18th of 2024?
I did.
And was it activated and working at that time?
It was.
Okay. What about when you made contact with the minors in this case?
It was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Ask you to look at that silently to yourself for a moment, please, and then look up at me when you're done, sir. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 60?
Looks like a still shot from my body worn camera in the room where Fatima was seated while she had her medical evaluation, as well as the same location I conducted my preliminary interview.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of that still shot from your body cam on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 60.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No.
Mr. Larry? 60 shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve and publish?
You may.
I'll give it a second to autofocus. Officer Beltran, can you orient the jury to what they're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, Fatima's seated on the couch. This is where I conducted my preliminary interview. Just for reference, my body camera is located on the left side of my external carrier. So this would be the angle from my external vest.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say external carrier, do you mean your vest?
I do.
Okay. So when it's on the left side of your vest, that's the angle based on that. There are markings on this exhibit in the upper right-hand corner of that still shot. Can you explain what those markings are, please?
Yeah, it's a timestamp that's associated only to my body camera.
And what do you mean by that?
So with the body cam rolling, it constantly updates the timestamp with the date, the time, as well as my the serial number of my assigned body camera.
Okay. And when you say your serial number of the assigned body camera, what number are you referring to? Is that the number starting with the X60?
Correct.
Okay. What is this marking on the very top right-hand corner, just for clarity? The yellow logo.
It's the Axon logo, which is the company that provides us with the body-worn camera service.
So just to be clear, it has nothing to do with this case. It is just the camera systems marking itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your
Mr. Larry?
Honor. Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes,
Oh,
please.
all right. You are excused. You may step down. Thank you.
So I know we got Dad coming up next, guys, and we got about maybe 17 minutes before they come back from lunch, right? Let me see. Just kind of looking through the chat to see. Is this Starm? Oh, wait, is this Starmally Elizabeth? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I think that, as long as the jury, they just like us, right? Everybody that's in the chat, right? Different backgrounds, different experiences, different things that they know. So we'll, hopefully they'll make the right decision in regards to whether they're guilty or not. Let me see. Yeah, Imadi, yeah, I definitely think that, in regards to they need a class. Is my personal opinion. Like when you decide that you want to come over here and it's different, a different culture, a different belief, they need to say, hey, if you want to practice the beliefs of your country, you need to stay in your country. Right? Not to say that, I agree with it happening anywhere, but due to whatever dictatorship they have or their rules in their country, that's the way, it goes. But here, when you come over here, unfortunately, your children, you know, if you're bringing them over here while they're young, they're going to experience different things, right? And over here, if you experience different things or you want to do different things when you turn a certain age, you allowed to do them, right? Or before then, right? And even then, even if they're not a certain age, that doesn't justify you unaliving them or trying to. Pretty Brown Girl says, how do you feel about the defense teams? I don't really see any real defense so far. I think the mom, and that's why I posed that question, just kind of thinking out of the box. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, as a mom, right? If I know I wasn't trying to harm my child, right? Even though I'm just thinking out the box, walk down this little rabbit hole, right? So I'm thinking to myself, if I was the defendant and they were telling me my defense team is putting up a good case that I didn't really try to harm my daughter. My daughter did get on the stand and state that she didn't think that I was trying to hurt her. But when she ran into school, I ran into school after her. I would be on my defense team to be like, okay, I want y'all to push this issue that I only ran into school because I was concerned about my daughter. Like, that's the only reason why I ran in there. I wasn't thinking about I know that they had this PO order on me, that I can't go on the school premises, but my daughter's safety is so much more important to me. I don't know. It's just a thought. I think she'll go down for it regardless, but I'm thinking, like, if they don't do that, right? She may have a chance on all the charges. Yeah, but I think that his attorney, he don't ask many questions. I think the mom's attorney is really, really trying. Yeah, so I think the mom's attorney is really trying, and she probably stands a better chance, right? Spirit Soul says, dad controls all the women. They all scared of dad. Yeah, I agree. Jewel says, Papa Ali would have me with my sassy mouth if I was in his country. Women like me will be silenced in the nanosecond into my arrival, right? Right? Absolutely. Micah says she shouldn't have been on the school grounds, much less inside the school. You say you agree with me just a little bit? Like, I'm just thinking outside the box. I know she shouldn't have been on school grounds, but I can tell you as a mom right now, they can tell me I can't come on school grounds if something happened to one of my kids. I'm on there. I wouldn't care what's going on. And then when they take me to court, I want to justify all the reasons why I was there. I want to justify it, right? Y'all figure it out. Look, I did it. I'm telling y'all why. Y'all make it sound reasonable to the judge. I ain't saying I'm going to get off with it, but I'm definitely going to try. I definitely go try. Awesome. I'm glad that you found this, Moki. I can say yes, but mom knew why dad was there as well. We going against dad at this point in time. You see, my attorney is always up there and he poking holes in this story, right? I wasn't hurting my daughter. Right? I'm like way out of the box, right? Y'all better reel me back in because I start coming up with all kinds of conspiracy theories. Right? That's what I definitely will do. Spirit Soul Speak says they wanted Fatima silence. Mom seen her chance and fail. What you say? She failed. She gonna get in trouble for not doing it. Whoa. Hi, Laura. Welcome to the community. Thank you for joining us. She says they have mom on video trying to choke her too. After the dad had let go, the boyfriend testified to it yesterday. They were all in shock. I don't know. Cause did y'all see? I'm assuming it's not in the video that we have with the blurred out people. Cause I haven't seen it. The only person I seen that really came up there was the sister. And I'm not saying that they didn't show it. If they have video evidence of her doing it, you know, it is what it is what it is. Like I want everybody to be punished for whatever crimes they have committed, right? But I don't want these to be, I want it to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Like I want to make sure, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Elizabeth, the family knew darn well what they did, and they're about to FAFO. Let me see the jewels. Y'all hold it down the fort. Don't burn it down. I'm so tired of you making these runs. You gotta run the pets. Yesterday was all these in wine doing all these runs. All the stuff be jumping off when you gone, the jewels. Like really, we probably have all types of stuff when the trial start back up in 6 minutes. all these shopping trips. You ain't never heard of DoorDash or Uber delivery? What is going on here? Oh gosh. Marty says the one-way ticket to Iraq for a young lady is only mom, and she is going. Mom got to return a return ticket. Most families, it seems, dad rules. However, these women rule the roost. I see it to honor unalivings in UK. Yeah, I don't think they really even explained to us who had return tickets or not. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I know they talked about the tickets. I know they were one-way tickets, but I do see another side to that even if everybody had one-way tickets, I can see that they were waiting to purchase their tickets for the return. Like they didn't know what day they were returning, because remember, they were going to still keep her in school, online school, that is. But so I don't know. Let's see. MHZ Boxing says this case is a slam dunk. Boom, bag it. You have to email TYK Moki. Let's see here. Elizabeth says this is a honor unaliving culture. It's wrong, just wrong. It really makes me angry. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Are they here legally? Says Spirit Soul Speak. I'm not sure. MHZ Boxing said the fundamental problem in Islam, this type of behavior is normal in their communities. Barbaric behavior. I better not be doing that. Moki, so good to see you. There's the email, Moki. Get that email. Spirit Soul Speaks at me, says, hope so. Trump be watching. Yeah, I don't know. It's just different strokes for different folks. And I guess this reminds us, as people that got free will and have free speech and the different things that we have here, how much to appreciate them, right? We complain all the time as, women, what we not getting, what we should get, and looking at other women in different countries. I think we should have several seats, right? because we too could be in those type of situations. You know, they can't determine what type of society or what type of culture they're born in. And fortunately for a lot of us that are in this chat room, you know, we were born in a place where we kind of like have free speech and we got all these freedoms and stuff. And so sometimes when we just complaining, we probably need to think back and think somebody got it worse than us. Right? Gina says, I'm sure they are here legally. I just wonder if they have become citizens or not yet. Welcome to the chat, Mary 11111. We are losing our constitutional rights as you speak. Yeah, well, yeah. Gina said if they aren't citizens and found guilty, they can be deported after they finish their sentences. If found innocent, they can go home. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to do politics here, but yeah. Amen to that, sweet pea, right? Yeah, Mary, we're not gonna do we don't want to do politics here. We're gonna leave that alone. But I definitely think that we got to be careful, like, right? We be thinking we have it bad. I couldn't even imagine what these women are going through. Right? Not being able to say nothing, do nothing, like I couldn't imagine it. Not in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Like, I talk too much, as y'all can see. Talk way too much for that. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say something that's on my mind. Anyone watch Real Housewives of New Jersey? Teresa's husband got deported after he finished his sentence. I don't know. Any of you guys watch that? I'm not a reality TV girl, so I can't be there with you, Gina. I got tired of looking at that mess. Yeah, right. Elizabeth, the child deserves so much better, right? And it's just unfortunate that we born in different situations, right? In different circumstances, like, because I wouldn't want to be anywhere them people are. You do, Moki? You watch reality TV? You see that show? Pretty Brown Girl says, I agree. My mouth would get me in so much trouble. I'm glad I was born here, right? They would be done with me. And I do mean done. Like, oh, no. This would not be going down. Let's see. They got some jam music playing on Core TV. I'm surprised they ain't trying to show that fight video. They typically are showing that the entire time. Heck, y'all, I'm in Bravo Holic. Oh, look, you hear me? Okay, Moki. All right. What time is it there? I'm being nosy. Oh, Moki, you say they act. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about that one. MHSD Boxing says it goes deeper than that. They follow a prophet that beats his wives and married a child when she was 6. Oh, where you at, Moki? What time is it there? Oh, you say a Bravoholic. I thought you was talking about a whole nother country. I'm like, I read it as in. My bad. Oh, you watch Bravo all the time. I'm there. I was like, in Bravoholic. I don't know where that's at. What time is it there? I crack myself up sometimes. Oh gosh. Oh, you're not too far from me. We 4 hours apart. I mean, not 4 hours apart. I'm 4 hours from you. I'm in Arizona. Hey, neighbor. I Oh boy. He was like, you be watching. I've never seen it that way. See, you can tell I don't know nothing about reality TV because I ain't catch out. You know, I think I stopped watching reality TV when what is it, Love and Hip Hop? I was into like Love and Hip Hop, and it just got to be too much. Like, I don't have time for that. Like, I got real problems to deal with. I ain't about to be sitting up here watching this old mess where they making up these little situations to get some ratings. Oh, you used to live in Scottsdale and Yuma? Wow. Wow. Hey, Maria. Thanks for joining the chat. She was 17. Wow. Yeah, I used to stay in Scottsdale at one point in time until Scottsdale said no longer you can stay here. They expensive. And I've been up to Yuma, or been past Yuma, or been through Yuma. They say, Mary, don't worry. You're good. We just don't want to do politics here. You know that we don't. Everybody can exercise that stuff on their own time. Pretty Brown Girl says, I like a little reality TV, but trials are my new reality TV. Right? Like, right? Yeah. I think maybe that's what I did. I'm telling you, like, each time when we get off stream, my thing is I kind of like do some clips and I watch Everyone Loves Raymond over and over and over and over again. Like, I can wake up in the middle of my sleep, and if it's not on the TV, I'm like getting to Peacock and like turn on my Everyone Loves Raymond. And I used to be like that about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. So it'd be times that I can get real addicted to it, and I go through these phases where nothing plays on my TV but the same thing for months. Now tell me about that. I won't even try to get into no new series. I will go back to what I know. Like, oh, this is so good. This is what I know. So this is what I'm gonna watch because I know exactly what I'm gonna get. Right? You know, and nowadays when they doing series and stuff, you know, like I was really like into Game of Thrones. I don't know if y'all watched that. Oh, you watch Roseanne? Okay. I love Roseanne and King and Queens. I watched The Office. The last, you know, recent series I was really engulfed in was the Game of Thrones, right? And it went off stupid. Like, it just amazes me like how we go through all of this and then they end stuff stupid. So I be trying, I be so invested. I don't know about y'all when y'all get in the series, like I be so invested in stuff. Like I'm so strange that some series, when I watch them, I won't even watch the last couple episodes. You say we family now? Yeah, I love me some Game of Thrones. So like I won't watch the last couple episodes of a series because I don't want it to end. That's how me and my girls, we were watching Squid Games. And I told them, I was like, I'm not even gonna watch the last two because they keep you on edge. Like I be fiending for the next one. I'm like, no, I'll just wait. Like I'm just gonna wait to watch the rest of it until they come out with the new series. If they do, if not, then I will never see the last two because I'm cool. Like you're not gonna have me on the edge of my chair for week to week to week. Like just put all of them up there, then I'll watch them. Yeah, I the Game of Thrones was my thing. I like Game of Thrones. And when they came back with whatever they came back, you watched the new one? Okay, Moki. Yeah, I watched it until the last two. And I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I won't ruin it for nobody else that haven't seen it, but yeah. Oh, Marie, okay, Gunsmoke for you. All right. Yeah, I think everybody got their little go-to series that you know what you gonna get, right? You ain't gotta think about it. You know what it's gonna be. Yeah. You think you watched House of Dragons? Pretty Brown Girl? Star Trek. Okay. Okay, Moki. I got you there. I tried to watch no, it wasn't Star Trek, it was Star Wars. It was Star Wars. And anytime that I'm really like, I will watch all the Marvel movies from the first one to the last one. Cheers. All right, Baca. Cheers. Yes, I like Cheers. Right? Oh, I tell you, thinking about it, it's like a whole bunch of good stuff that could be watched, right? I don't know, but that reality stuff, like, I used to watch it, but now I'm like, You say you, oh, really? Oh, oh, you love Star Trek too. Pretty Brown Girl, she loves Star Trek too. Okay, so with Game of Thrones, I'm gonna have to, maybe I could try to go back and watch House of Dragons. I don't know. I was just I was so in love with Jon Snow. I mean, I was just so in love with Jon Snow. Like, so in love with Jon Snow. Like, if he ain't in it, I don't want to see it. Like, I don't even want to see it. Love to go back in the day, right? Shiloh is a good series. Silo is a good series if you like this of pain. What? Now y'all know. This pain stuff. Okay. All right. Let me write that down. Because I like to find me some stuff. I'm down for any series. Some of them. I like them to be long. I like them to be long. Nowadays, from my understanding, that producers are not taking series beyond 4, because that's when the actors have to go. Oh, Ozark. Yeah, I watched most of that. Oh, the end of Civil. Oh, okay. Now I know I watched The Walking Dead. I did that for a while, and then they did too many spinoffs for me. That was just way too much for me. I mean, the dead was the dead, and the dead was back to dead, and coming back again, and I couldn't do it. Everybody had a storyline, and it was way too much for me. Silo, okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, so it's the end of civilization. Okay, cool. I watched Ozark. I watched most of it. Like I said, I will stop if it's getting too good to me and I don't want it to ever leave. I'm like, I don't be wanting to leave. I don't want to stop it. I wanted to keep going. I think it took me about Breaking Bad. When that came out, I watched all of it and then I stopped. And it took me maybe 3 or 4 years to go back. They not back in court yet, Savannah. I got it up on my other screen. Not yet. So I guess they may be a little bit late. She usually on time, but they waiting on a witness to actually come. That's flying in today, and that's why they had such a long lunch. And they may be working out some logistics depending on what time that witness get in there. So, nope, I got it on my other screen. That way, once it is ready, we can What is this? We can get in there. Yeah, right now they got me looking at it. Ain't even a seal. I don't know what that is. It looked like a headboard, but that's just my personal opinion. HBO is coming out with a new Harry Potter series. Oh, really? Jenna Girl said, I ain't watching none of these shows y'all talking about. What shows you watching, Gina? That's what I want to know. What shows you watching? Yeah, that's how it looks like they are still. I can say Moki, are they dubbed though? Because if everything ain't coordinated and moving together, if the lips don't match the words, she cool. I know that's right. Ooh wee. I tell you, some of those kung fu movies, oh my gosh. Like, if y'all don't put this all together, what would that be, like voiceovers or something? Like, y'all got to do better now. And especially when it's like really, really, really noticeable. Yes, mother of Papillons. We are talking about shows. We are waiting for court to get back in session. They were supposed to be back at 2:15, but I'm assuming that the witness that's flying in hasn't got there yet. I mean, that's a lot, right? I don't know where she flying in. Okay, wait a minute. Here go the judge. Here, guys, I'm gonna take us right back in because I know everybody's waiting for it. Y'all keep y'all movie series and stuff going in the chat. I would love. I maybe I could try to watch something different than Everyone Loves Raymond. I'm probably sure he's sick of me.
Dr. Stankus, and I was just advised that it might be past 2:30. And so, Mr. Kading, could you give the court an update, please?
Yes, I spoke with her 30 seconds ago. She said her, what do we call those? GPS is telling her 2:45.
All right. And have the parties discussed when she will continue her testimony?
Yes, if we do not complete today, she would be available Tuesday.
At what time?
That's unclear, but morning would be preferable. She is leaving in the evening again on Tuesday, so Tuesday morning.
All right. And Ms. Stone, obviously you're just receiving this information as it relates to what you have planned for your witnesses next week. It seems hard for me to believe we're going to finish her testimony today when we were concerned about finishing her testimony if we started at 2:15, but of course we'll still see. As it relates to the potential of Tuesday for the continuation of the testimony.
Your Honor, Ms. Stone and I spent most of the lunch, or a good portion, not the most. We spent a good portion of the lunch trying to rearrange doctor schedules based on this because we have a number, Dr. Parliament, Dr. Gilbert, and Dr. Kim around their schedules. We rearranged that anticipating either a Friday or potentially a first thing Monday. We were not anticipating a Tuesday, so we've already made some rearrangements. Tuesday is problematic. I think she could complete on Tuesday, but I don't think she could complete necessarily first thing in the morning on Tuesday because we have other people that have a tight timeline that we're working through. So I can tell the court that I did talk to the jail over lunch. I understand that Friday, I'm being told, is not available for Dr. Stankus. I will tell the court I did talk to the jail over the lunch to see if the jail would be able to accommodate trial on Friday afternoon and whether I'd should start canceling and moving other things around. Sergeant Dalton indicated that they would be able to make that work. There were no other hearings at the courthouse Friday afternoon, so they would be able to make that work. That would be the state's preference. If Monday is not an option that is available, I obviously would like to not interrupt either the cross-examination, and I understand that this is a contingency plan only. Would like to not interrupt the cross-examination, but I would also like to not interrupt the state's witnesses that we've now rescheduled multiple times due to Dr. Stankus. And I'm not casting aspersions by any means on Dr. Stankus or Mr. Kading. I will tell you the state is frustrated by the scheduling.
Why can we not proceed tomorrow afternoon?
My understanding is she's flying back to Nevada tonight. She's coming in scheduled to fly out at 6 o'clock.
So I don't know that, well, let's see where we get, but I don't know that the court is willing to accommodate that. Where her schedule is already being accommodated. She was supposed to testify at 1:30 today. That was actually set long before I was involved in this case. And then she indicated she wasn't coming, and then she said, okay, I'll come. And I recognize she didn't control what happened to her flight this morning, but no one should be shocked, frankly, that a flight out of Las Vegas was canceled or delayed. And so if we do not conclude her testimony, I would like to look at continuing her testimony tomorrow. I have a hearing at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I will move that hearing to a different time so that she could testify in the morning after my civil calendar is over, and have an afternoon flight back to where she's going back to. But I think it causes a lot of problems if we don't conclude her testimony. So just like that to be something that is looked at. And I recognize, Mr. Kading, I'm giving you this information and that you will speak to the witness. And I recognize that you did not create the scheduling issues.
And Your Honor, prior to you coming in, we did talk a little bit about some of the doctors they had that were scheduled for Tuesday. They thought might be better on Monday anyway. So I don't know. It's not a cast in stone. I think that their witnesses would prefer to testify on Tuesday.
It's not that. We scheduled them around based on the availability. So for example, Dr. Parliament is working a 24-hour shift all day on Monday, which is why he has requested Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. because he will have been working for 24 hours straight on Monday in his capacity. We have moved Dr. Gilbert now multiple times, and she has a meeting now on Monday that she cannot miss. So we have had to relocate Dr. Gilbert. We've moved Dr. Kim multiple times now, and he has had to reschedule those patients multiple times based on this. And so we have tried to now accommodate Dr. Kim first thing in the morning. I think those are all reasonable requests from the state's doctors. We didn't create any of the scheduling conflicts. So all of those things, there have been a number of dominoes that the state has tried to respond to. I feel like the state has been very accommodating. And so it's not certainly a personal preference. They have patients that they are missing, and they have work that they have to be at. In contrast, and I'm not saying that Dr. Stankus doesn't, but it is a different scenario. And so for those reasons, I would ask that we do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, if that is an option that is available, because I think that creates the least amount of issues for the state's witnesses moving forward on Monday. We just spent the lunch hour relocating all of those people in the schedule to try and accommodate this issue. I'm hopeful that none of those things are needed and we're able to do this we're able to get done. That's the state's hope, and that this is a non-issue. But in terms of a contingency plan, that would be the state's next request, would be a Friday. Although the court just got a note and that it's concerning.
Also, the court has taken for granted, and I apologize, I did not check with the interpreters about their availability because they have not They have been told their interpreting is Monday through Thursday. So I apologize for not asking. And I would inquire as to your availability on Friday.
Yes, Your Honor. So, we will have only two interpreters for tomorrow, and, me and Mr. Sadek, and we cleared Friday, and we were allowed to take any assignments and stuff, but if the court have this assignment, we can, with what we have and accommodate that for the court. So it's not an issue for them.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, I did not ask sooner.
No worries, Your Honor.
Okay. So I received a note from corrections that they are only available in the afternoon. And I request that they speak with Sergeant Dalton about that. And again, I recognize we just still don't know, but we need to start planning now and not wait until the end of the day. I believe that I can recess my civil calendar at 10. I'm trying to do as early as possible so that the doctor could conclude her testimony and be able to get a timely flight out. So I believe that we could start at 10 a.m. So I'm telling corrections that so that they can tell that to Sergeant Dalton with a please check on that, Sergeant Dalton. And I will be in recess until I'm advised that the doctor is here. I am going to ask that the bailiffs advise the jury that they are not going to get a break, and so that they're prepared to come into court until the conclusion of the day. Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
What a mess for Dr. Stankus. What a last name, Dr. Stankus. Whoa. Stankus. Yes, Savannah, the prosecution team does have more witnesses. The judge looked like she is irritated. Like the jury don't get no break this afternoon because everybody waiting on Dr. Stankus. Turning out to be Dr. Stank. Oh my. And they don't have no control over this, but she should have had a flight in there yesterday. Like she knew she was going to testify. That's why the prosecution team, like, we don't want to make any more accommodations for this lady. Like it went from 1:30 to 2:30 to now we at 2:45. Talk about her GPS says that she going to be here at such and such time. And not just even that, she got to fly out tomorrow night to get back to Las Vegas. Like really? Very, very poor planning. And they paying her. Somebody paying her something somewhere because these people are not free. Dr. Stankus. Boy, and I heard some last names, but that's Stankus, boy. Dr. Stank. Dr. Stank. Okay, Dr. Stank. I hope she washed up today. I hope she was able to take a shower, refresh when she got off her flight. Don't want her to live up to her name. I know, pole defense. I mean, they got all types of problems. Like even the judge, like, well, it looked like we're going to probably most likely have court tomorrow, right? The judge, like, she got a civil calendar in the daytime, right? So she would like to bring the doctor in later in the afternoon. But then they get a note from the correction officer saying, hey, we can't bring them over here at that time. We're not available. Yeah, it's a defense witness, Cosmic Dreamer. And I understand the state's position, like, no, she's not about to partially testify right now after we did all this. And then y'all want us to wait till Tuesday and we've been doing all this rearrangement. No. Everybody been rearranging everything for Dr. Stank. Savannah says, I'm lost. If Dr. Stankus can't make it tonight, what's the point of them staying now? Well, no, she's supposed to be coming, Savannah. She went from 1:30 to 2:30 to 2:45. I don't know what kind of doctor they call him, Oki. I think that it's got to be somebody that's gonna testify to probably the strangulation, because they had an expert on the stand talking about strangulation. So I'm assuming they gonna be coming to kind of like refute some of that evidence. But I'm really surprised also that the state still has like 2 or 3 more doctors that they talk about they want to testify. You say just to disqualify her, Baka? Yeah. He said I don't know. They act like they gonna be having her up there for forever. They done took the jury's break. I'm mad just because of that. So if I was a juror, I'm like, well, wait a minute now. I know y'all already taking this person out of order. Right? And then we were supposed to be back. I appreciate the long lunch, but now y'all taking away my break. And I gotta go through. They're not gonna have long. Well, I guess they could. I mean, I guess they will be okay because yeah, because it don't seem like it's gonna start before 3. I don't see them getting everybody settled. Yeah, and y'all can see it right there on the screen. It's that look like a headboard. Is that they seal? Because it look like a headboard to me. Yeah, so it don't look like they'll get them all sitting down and in their seats and stuff. Why does they have on the headphones, Maria? Because they are getting translation. The interpreters are speaking and translating through them headphones for them. Like I said, wasting that jury's time and attention, right? That's a good way to get convicted. Found guilty, right? Wasting our time. Yeah. What a mess. I mean, I could see the like the judge didn't seem happy at all. She saw, and she did get a defensive whooping last night before we got out of court. So there you had that. Yeah, and it seems like she likes to run things on time for the most part, right? Because remember, she was supposed to be there, and they was talking about starting at 2:15. She felt like that was already pushing it. And because of her inconvenience, now she talk about she don't want to come back to Tuesday. Like, yeah, right. And probably like they don't want to be moving their witnesses again. So just go ahead on. She come on in here and she gonna have to stay and she gonna have to figure out another flight. you say they need another admonishment. Yeah. I think the reason why she's not doing it to the defense is because I guess they really didn't have any control over it. It's more of this doctor. If anything, she need to be talking to the doctor. Mother Papillon says, so this is the defense witness. Why while we were in the prosecution case? Yes. Dr. Jennifer Stankus. What her record like, Savannah? What Miss Stankus like? What's her Google rating? Yeah, they did it in the middle of their case because of she needed some other things as far as scheduling. So they brought her in because at this point in time in their case because of scheduling reasons. So that's why she's being brought in right now because of her schedule. And so even with all the accommodations, them pushing the prosecution team, pushing all their things around to accommodate her, she still can't get here on time. Right. She still can't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They paying her. And this is what she do. She need to do a discount. ER doctor. Nah. Yeah, see with her Google rate, she probably late all the time. She probably the doctor that I do not want to be bothered with. Because I tell any doctor, I know their time is important, but my time is too. Don't be having me sitting back here in this room for a whole hour. Because just like you got a job, I do too. Yeah, I'm one of those. Like, if I get here on time and I want you to be on time. Or please explain. So shout out to all my doctors if y'all ain't here. But yeah, I could be, I'm like, no, because I tell you, if I'm 15 minutes late, they canceling my appointment. They said the jury is gonna know what the delay is all about, right? Right? Yeah, don't be having people like, why is she taking the flight this morning? The defense must have got her the cheapest flight they could get her. Because you know, flights is running out of Vegas all day, all night. Right, Moki? They running out of there all night in Nevada, especially. You can't be late for the doctor, but they could. Yeah, I know, and I'm the patient that be sitting up there like, yeah, right? Oh, couldn't find no reviews on her. Yeah, and I know this judge is not happy. She do not look happy about this situation at all. And I'm glad she's not gonna make them reschedule anybody or change anything around. It sounds like next week gonna be real busy for us. I don't know. I didn't. When I seen this trial, I didn't know how long the trial would be, right? And I know we got we'll start going into the courtroom with Stefan next week. That should be interesting. I'll probably be streaming all day and night. Got me working day and night. Got me working. Yeah, I'll probably be doing that. Let's try to finish up this one and make sure that we don't miss a lot on Stefan. And I have no clue how long his trial is gonna be. He got like 60 counts. I don't know if they figure out how to lump it all together. You say you get to your point in 15 minutes and wait an hour past the time before I left the office. I handed them a bill for my time that was wasted and they didn't bill my insurance, right? Like, really? Yeah, like, I mean, I get it to a point, but some doctors, you know which doctors be on it, right? Because some of my doctors, like, now once I figure out that you bad with time and I'm probably not going, you overpack your schedule, because that's what it is. You would think, Savannah. We kind of found out this morning that it was arranged, but I guess they got this last minute. I don't know what they did. And the judge was like, this should have been expected to happen like this. And that's exactly what happened. Thank you. Look, I'm just reading. I'm glad I was muted this time because I'm reading. I'm like, 2 separate trials. Okay, I gotta read backwards. So give me a second. I'm having a. I gotta figure out the other one. The CSAM. You say don't be embarrassing the judge, Mr. These offices be booking appointments 15 minutes. It look like the judge is back on the thing. So let me show y'all. Maybe the witness is there. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta figure out next week's schedule. It's gonna be a doozy. Yeah, we will definitely figure it out. Mm. Yeah, or either she giving us another update. It look like they standing for the jury to come in. Oh, never mind. I know that feeling. I did that the other day on stream. Somebody had put something in the chat, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" It was taking a sip, right? It didn't go down. It even go down the wrong one, the wrong pipe, right? Pause. Yeah, they look like they standing for the jury. The mom, she's short or he tall? Which y'all think it is? Which y'all think? She looks short. Maybe it's just compared to him. Maybe he just real tall. That lawyer looked nervous. He looked nervous because remember he the one got a whooping yesterday by the judge. We shall see if they made the judge happy. Dr. Stankin, she looked like she been through some things. Her hair, she looked like she been through some things. Like her hair was blowing in the wind, y'all. I'm leaving this right here. I'm muting up.
Dr. Stankus, could you tell us what your education history is?
Sure. I'm an emergency physician. I went to medical school at the University of Washington. Before that, I went to law school at the University of Denver. And before that, I went to undergraduate at the University of Colorado at Boulder.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm an emergency physician. I practice at Madigan Army Medical Center as clinical faculty in the emergency department.
Okay, and what else do you do for work?
So at this point, over the last few years, I've been about half-time clinical medically, and then the other half of my time is split between doing some expert work like this and other work that's not related to medicine.
Okay, and are you a member of any professional associations?
I am. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a former chairperson of the Emergency Medicine Foundation and a diplomat of the American Board of Emergency Medicine.
Okay, and Dr. Stankus, have you ever qualified to be a expert witness before?
Yes.
Okay, and what field do you expert witness in?
So I'm asked to opine on medical questions, and that can be in civil cases or like this in criminal cases. So it's been a pretty broad range of cases.
Okay, and you indicated you were an expert witness. So are you paid to be here?
I am.
Okay, And does the fact that you're being paid have any influence on your testimony?
No.
And is the amount you're being paid a customary amount?
Yes.
Okay. So we are here on the case of State versus Ali and Ali. Have you had an opportunity to review the medical records in this case?
I have.
And have you reviewed anything else?
Yes.
What else did you review?
I reviewed the police reports and also the videos.
Okay. And you saw the bus video and also the handheld phone videos?
I did.
Okay. And when you reviewed those records and that video, did the diagnosis and things that you found in the medical reports, did that seem consistent with what you viewed and read?
It did.
Okay. And one of the things that was an issue that's going to be an issue in this case is something called pneumomediastinum. Could you please tell us what that is?
Sure. Pneumo just means air. Mediastinum is the central cavity in the chest. It's the area, basically, right, media is middle, and stinum, you can think of your sternum. So it's the cavity there. Pneumomediastinum means that there's air in that cavity, and there shouldn't be air in that cavity. There should be air in your trachea and in your lungs and in your esophagus sometimes. But it means that there's air inside that cavity, which is unusual.
Okay. And so can you tell us how typically does that air get there?
So it's not a highly common condition, but it does happen.
Okay. And are there, what are some of the different ways it can happen?
So the worst way it can happen is if you are shot or stabbed, or some sort of penetration into the chest cavity that actually punctures, punctures your lung, punctures the chest wall, punctures your trachea or your esophagus. That would be a very bad day. Other causes, believe it or not, it can happen with a sneezing fit or vomiting or weightlifting or bearing down. And the reason is that think of your lungs as like a big balloon. You have, you take in the air, it goes into your lungs and it travels out to the small little air sacs at the end called alveoli. And if you put too much pressure into that, like anything, you can basically pop it. So you can have a situation where you bear down or you're holding your breath and like say someone jumps on top of you or a dog or something like that can actually pop that alveoli. Another way that can happen is if any of you are scuba divers, you hold your breath, something bad happens, you freak out, you pop to the surface and you forget to exhale. Well, all those gases are going to expand and create more pressure. So it's a pressure issue. And then the other way is you can sometimes tear the esophagus, for example. And the way that can happen is with violent vomiting or some sort of penetrating trauma. We call that Boerhaave syndrome.
Okay. All right. So was that B-O-R, Boerhaave?
You're asking me to spell something that's not fair. I think it's B-O-E-R. I'd have to Google it.
Okay. And when the air in your lungs is trapped and the pressure is applied to it, what is that? What is that called? Is that the Macklin effect?
Yes, it commonly occurs, most commonly, I would say, and that would be that effect where you're bearing down like a Valsalva. You're increasing the intracranial or the interthoracic pressure too much.
Okay. Now, in terms of generalities, is pneumomediastinum, is that something that's common in strangulation cases?
No.
And have you ever seen it in a strangulation case?
I've seen it. So I've reviewed many strangulation cases, and I have seen it in one case where I don't think that it occurred from that, but rather from being dragged from behind and struggling on the ground.
Okay. And obviously it could be common in a stabbing offense or something like that, right?
Fortunately, I wouldn't say it's common, but it does occur.
Okay. Now, the different ways that it can happen, are some of them considered more serious in terms of diagnosis than others? I mean, in terms of what you're going to do to treat them?
What I would say is that it's not so much the mechanism, but rather the effect. So there can be a very small air leak that is a one-time air leak that doesn't persist, and it goes away on its own. And that could happen from any number of things. Let's say you have a very small puncture, it heals over, and you just have a one-time air leak versus the Macklin effect, where you're sneezing or coughing and you have a small little air leak. What matters is if you have a persistent or a large air leak that can create pressure inside the chest, it can actually cause a pneumothorax, if you've ever heard of that, where there's too much air in the chest and it starts to collapse a lung. You can have the air in the mediastinum that's actually putting pressure on the heart. The heart's just a big pump, so if you are creating a lot of outside pressure on it, it won't pump as well. It won't be able to do its job. And then the other way that things can go sideways is if you have a tear, especially in your esophagus, what that can do is allow the stomach contents into the or the mediastinum, not pneumo, but the mediastinum. And those contents can create a bad infection. You can become septic, and that can kill you as well. So it's not so much a matter of what the mechanism is, but what the effect is.
Okay. And how do you recognize a pneumomediastinum?
So most typically we'll see it on a chest x-ray. So in a lot of cases, someone will come in with chest pain, or they'll come in as a trauma, and we get an immediate look to make sure that there's nothing dangerous going on. And we can see air very well on x-rays where it's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay. And so once you see that, is it pretty easy to diagnose what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, how do you typically treat it?
So it depends on what it is. So sometimes it's very serious. Say a gunshot wound, they'll have to go in and resect part of the lung or clamp it to stop that air leak, or put in a chest tube. Sometimes a surgeon will have to go in and repair the esophagus. A lot of times we just watch the patient. So about 80 to 90% of the time, the condition is not anything that we need to do anything about, and we'd consider it to be benign, meaning harmless. It's there, but we need to watch it and make sure it doesn't.
And is there any particular time limit on how long that may take?
Well, typically, if we saw a small amount of air on a chest x-ray, for example, but the patient's vital signs were stable, they weren't having any trouble breathing, everything else looked okay, we would typically watch them for 24 hours and retest to make sure that the condition isn't getting worse and that it's getting better.
Okay. And in your reading of the records in this case, did you note when the condition was first noted?
Yes, it would have been on arrival to the emergency department.
Okay. And did you then also note in the same records when it was determined that it was no longer an issue?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day.
Okay. So do you recall, was it less than 24 hours later that the condition was no longer noted?
I believe it was.
Okay. Now, upon reviewing the medical records in this case and the videos in this case, is it possible for you to tell with any degree of certainty how the condition arose in this case?
No.
And why not?
Again, there are multiple ways that it can happen. Certainly, it could be from any type of struggle where someone is in a fight or a struggle, like for example, in the first instance where there's a tug of war over Fatima and she goes down to the ground. Or the next instance might be where there's, I call it a dog pile, but there's a group of people who all fall on top of her. It could have happened there. There's an instance where they're on the ground and there's contact with her neck. It could have happened there. There's a struggle afterwards that I can't see in any of the videos. It could have happened there. I don't know.
Okay. And so once the person comes into the hospital and they are found to have this condition, is there typical conditions placed upon them when they're being observed?
Yeah, so what we're concerned about, obviously, is that this condition's going to get worse. The patient may need to go to surgery. They may need to be heavily sedated so that a camera can be placed down their trachea or the esophagus, whichever one they're worried about. And in those cases, we don't want the patient to eat or drink anything because they are put at a great risk for aspiration during that procedure. So just like if I'm worried about someone with appendicitis, they come in with right lower abdominal pain, I'm going to have them not eat or drink anything until we know that it's not that and that they're not going to surgery. So we'll keep the person what we call NPO, or nothing by mouth, until we have a better idea of what the clinical picture is and if they need any further intervention.
Okay.
And then obviously we watch them. They're on a monitor. We're making sure that they're not going into any respiratory distress or cardiac distress or anything like that.
All right. And in this particular case, when you reviewed the medical records, did you see any sort of a specific treatment that was undertaken in this case?
I believe, obviously, observation, imaging in terms of x-rays, and then I believe an antibiotic was given and the patient was kept NPO, as we call it, or nothing by mouth.
Okay. And did you see any indication that there were any scopes done or anything else?
No.
And is that typical in a case like this?
I would say it is. With a very small amount of air that resolves, there's no reason to put that patient at risk because there's not an obvious ongoing air leak.
Okay. Is there typically any difference in a case of pneumomediastinum where a younger person is involved versus a full-grown adult?
The only thing that I would say is that younger patients, especially very young patients, have smaller airways. And so if there is some sort of compressive element, like an ongoing air leak, they can decompensate faster than adults. But the mechanism overall is the same. So they're treated the same way.
Okay. And can you tell me what tension mediastinum?
Yeah, so tension mediastinum, again, is pressure or tension on the contents of the mediastinum. And in that case, we're talking about compressive pressure on the heart. So if you can imagine your heart wants to beat in its usual fashion, if you're putting tension on it, just like if you're putting fluid around the sac in the heart's not able to beat as well as it would. And in fact, you can end up going into shock from that.
Okay. And if you have this tension mediastinum, then you have more of a continual flow of air in, causing the pressure to build up. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Correct.
And you had mentioned tears of the esophagus. Obviously, that's something that sounds pretty serious. What does that cause?
Again, so that can cause stomach contents to leak into the mediastinum. And again, that's really dangerous because of the risk of infection.
And again, no evidence of that in this case that you
No.
saw. Okay. What is a mucosal tear?
So the mucosa is like the lining of your mouth. or the lining of your trachea. It's just a tear in that, in that material.
Okay. And was there one noted in this case?
It was suspected, but not confirmed.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
So you can't tell if someone has a mucosal tear in their esophagus or in their trachea by CT scan. You just can't see that level of detail. You need to go in with a scope and actually visually inspect it to see if there's a tear there, and that wasn't done in this case.
Okay. And is that generally, do you think, because this case resolved on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And what about mediastinitis? What is that?
So that would be inflammation around the mediastinum, as you would see with an esophageal tear, for example.
Okay. And you said one of the big issues that could be dangerous in certain cases of pneumomediastitis is infections?
It can be.
Okay. And were there any infections noted in the medical records in this case?
No.
Okay. So you said 80 to 90% of these cases typically resolve on their own. Does that just mean, what does that mean in terms of resolve on their own?
It means that we see some error where it's not supposed to be, and that it doesn't progress into a more dangerous condition, and that no intervention is needed. And so that's it. The patient gets better, and we don't need to do anything.
Okay. And so in your case, how would you classify the condition pneumomediastinum as it applies to Fatima?
I would say it was a mild presentation of it that resolved completely by the next day.
Okay. And given what you know, was this condition going to ever cause her death or kill her?
No.
Okay. And when something like this happens and it resolves, does it leave any permanent damage?
No.
And does it cause any permanent injury in any way?
No.
All right. I think that those are the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination?
Just a couple questions,
Really just about to. Good afternoon. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
You said you talked about the risk of aspiration in surgery, and that is when food doesn't stay in the stomach or saliva and goes into the lungs. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And so what's the consequence of food or saliva or something going into someone's lungs?
So it can cause respiratory failure at the worst. It can cause infection and scarring of the lung.
Okay. Pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you said nothing by mouth, if somebody has to go into surgery and they have eaten within 24 hours, it increases the risk of aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the reason to not have somebody eat during this 24-hour period is if something goes wrong and they have to go into surgery, you don't want to increase the risk of aspiration. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So if this had happened on a backpacking trip and this person was a 3-4 day hike out, okay, in this scenario, no helicopter rescue, and she didn't get medical treatment, would the outcome have been different?
In this case, no.
How come?
So there was obviously a small air leak, and we know that because of the chest x-ray. If this had happened out in the backcountry, there wouldn't have been an x-ray, and probably no one would have known that it was even there. There was no demise of the patient in terms of a change in vital signs or difficulty breathing or anything along those lines. If they hadn't taken the x-ray, they would never have even known that it was there.
And so if I was backpacking and this had happened, and I'm talking to this person, would this person have known something's going on with my chest? I feel like I have air in my chest. What does the patient understand in general?
So oftentimes they'll have some pain. They may have some chest pain or some neck pain where the air is dissected or something like that. But someone who has a persistent air leak where the air keeps filling up and compressing the lungs, they become increasingly more uncomfortable, may have increasing shortness of breath or chest pain or racing heart as the heart's trying to compensate because it can't beat well, any number of things.
And in this situation, were any of those symptoms about persistent air leak, pressure on the heart, collapsing lung present that from what you saw?
No.
So this is a situation where she comes into the emergency department, there's a whole array of tests done, fair? Or?
There's an array of tests done.
Okay, including an x-ray, correct?
Yes.
A chest x-ray?
Yes.
And what you're saying is that the chest x-ray would have been what picked up this air?
That would be the first way to pick up the air. And then a lot of times we'll do a CAT scan after that and then watch the patient.
Okay. So really this was testing that identified the issue and then was simply monitored for 24 hours.
Correct.
And there was no intervention needed.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Dr. Stankus, I have some questions.
I thought you might.
Right, yep. Dr. Stankus, you talked about preparing for this case by looking at medical records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that you looked at, I think, video. Did you say photographs as well?
I did, yes.
And for those photographs, were those, what photographs were those?
Oh boy, they were contained within the medical record.
Okay, and so were those photos of Fatima?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what those were photographs of?
Primarily of her head and neck, but also just a full body video, or not video, rather a photograph.
Okay. And do you recall when you were looking at those photographs, did those photographs of her injury play into your, play is not the right word, but factor into your opinion or diagnosis or evaluation in any way?
I mean, I certainly considered them, yes.
Okay, and how did you consider them? What does that mean when you say that?
So there was obvious contact with the neck, the head and neck. There were some abrasions on her shoulders and her neck with some bruising.
Okay, and when you were going through and trying to prepare kind of your opinion for today, did you look at any research articles or anything of that nature about either strangulation or pneumomediastinum, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you've never met or treated Fatima before, is that correct?
I have not.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you about just payment for testimony being here in that customary rate. What does a customary rate mean?
So expert witnesses in this state typically earn about $500 an hour.
Okay. What about if you're coming for testimony itself?
So I typically charge my clinical fee for the day, which is $2,400.
Okay. And what about if you're writing a report? Is that extra for a report or is that included as part of that process in time, in terms of time that you would spend?
It's included, so it's just an hourly rate.
Okay. You didn't create a report here though, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you asked to create a report here?
I was not.
And you talked about, I don't recall if you talked about testifying before or working just in other fields as part of your other part of your time. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Have you actually testified before
I have.
in a criminal case?
I have.
Okay. On behalf of the prosecution?
Not in trial, no.
Okay. And you talked about, in terms of your experience and where you've worked, it's primarily in the ER, in the emergency medical field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not in like pediatric medicine, anything specialty in strangulation, ENT, nothing like that.
No, we treat adults and kids, and it's a big part of our training. Maybe 30% of our patient population is pediatric.
Sure, absolutely. And so you would assume that folks that worked in the ER were trained in a broad field of folks, right? I mean, the medical degree is the medical degree.
No, I mean, emergency medicine is its own specialty. And so in order to work in the emergency department, you have to be credentialed to do that and have specialized training.
Sure. And so you would say the same would be true for like an ENT or a pediatric doctor, fair? Yes?
Fair. As we discussed, a pediatric doctor or pediatrician couldn't work in the emergency department as an emergency physician, even a pediatric emergency department, unless they were specialty trained in emergency medicine. Any emergency physician trained in emergency medicine could work in a pediatric emergency department.
And if you were in the ER and you needed something exceptional was happening, would you call a specialist in that field?
Yes.
To come assist?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there are, in fact, strangulation specialists and ENTs that will confer with specialists in that field?
It's not a specialty field. Different people, different specialists would tend to see it. We obviously see it because the patient comes to us first. If there is a significant injury to the neck, an ENT doctor or ear, nose, and throat doctor might take care of that.
Okay. And ER or emergency medicine is, would you agree that that is kind of a triage medicine by definition?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So you're admitting and then you're caring and you're maintaining care for those patients once you're done seeing them in the ER?
So we diagnose and stabilize and do the initial treatment. Sometimes, for example, we'll do a scope in the emergency department. If further, we do a lot of procedures and interventions. If the patient needs further specialty care. So as an example, we would be the one to diagnose a heart attack. And then we would call the cardiologist to take that patient to the cath lab to do any interventions that were needed, because we obviously don't do that.
Okay, so then that follow-on care would be farmed is not the right word, but farmed out to someone else for that longer term care after the initial diagnosis and stabilization. Do I understand?
Yeah, so once we diagnose, do any procedures we need to do, life-saving procedures, stabilize the patient, then that patient may go onto the floor of the hospital or the ICU or straight to surgery or something along those lines.
Okay, and in this case, was the request to you then, or really the entirety of the request, just to evaluate the pneumomediastinum as it existed here?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any request to opine about strangulation at all, or look into that piece of the medical records and come to an opinion about that?
There was not.
Okay. And I think you talked about those three kind of manners in which pneumomediastinum could occur. You talked about the penetrating injury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Macklin's effect, and the agreed that no one knows how to spell Borhaus effect as we stand here.
Borhaus syndrome. Yeah.
Thank you. Borhaus syndrome. And if I understand your opinion of the Macklin effect, and I don't say opinion, your testimony about the Macklin effect, you're saying that that is only happens as a result of chest compression. So it's only happening when somebody, there's an external compression on the chest and the airflow has been cut off. Is that your opinion, or are we misunderstanding that?
Well, that is one way that it can happen.
Okay.
So as we discussed before, if someone takes a deep breath, for example, it's not unlike the scuba diving in a way. If you take a deep breath and or you're startled and go down and someone lands on top of you and you have a sudden compressive effect. It's like it's like taking a balloon and squeezing it very tightly. There's a possibility it could pop. If on the other hand your mouth is open and you just jump on top of the person, there's not that increased pressure, you're not going to have that effect. So we talked about that compression, but then we also talked about any type of Valsalva maneuver where you're bearing down and you're activating your abdominal muscles and you're bearing down in your chest. What that does is it increases the intrathoracic pressure. And if you do that hard enough, like with violent vomiting or struggling, or sometimes you can see it in wrestling or weightlifting, something along those lines, you can have that same effect.
And so you used wrestling as an example. So when we talk about it in terms of wrestling and bearing down and breathing hard, why did you use wrestling as an example?
Just because I've seen that happen. For example, another thing that you can see sometimes is like petechiae. That's another example of how you can have increased basically backflow that causes little ruptures. In that case, it's with the vascular system, not the airway, but it's the same concept. I've seen it with people who've been arm wrestling, for example.
So when you're talking about, let's say, like petechiae or the pneumomediastinum, let's say that somebody is strangling you from behind, they have you in a arm bar and you're gasping for air. Would you anticipate that that could cause a pneumomediastinum and or petechiae?
It could, yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with the Macklin effect then that you're talking about?
It could, yes.
Okay. You talked about identifying if there is a tear in the trachea or esophagus by potentially doing a scope. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Okay. That's pretty common means for checking to see if there's a tear. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I would say that if you're talking about mucosal tear, that's the only way to see it. You won't see that level of detail on a CAT scan.
Okay. And would you agree that if there has been trauma to someone's throat, you may be disinclined from a medical perspective to put a scope down there and add trauma to see if there's already trauma? Does that question make sense?
It does make sense, but you're not causing more trauma by putting a scope down. You're basically, so when you're talking about the trachea remains open, unlike the esophagus, with the cartilaginous rings around it. It's always open. It doesn't collapse like the esophagus can. You're just putting a small, I almost want to say like this, the caliber of this, and there's a little light and a camera on the end of it, and you're literally just going down and you're looking around to make sure that you don't see any injury, like no bubbles of air or blood or other things that would indicate an air leak. So I wouldn't say that it would cause more trauma.
Just wanted to indicate the doctor held up one of the cables, very thinner cables from the microphone system as she was trying to describe the size of the scope.
I apologize. And
You're fine.
And I would say it's about a 1/4 inch diameter.
Thank you. And earlier you said one of the concerns that you have when dealing with children is that I'm going to use the wrong term, so please correct me, that the throat size is smaller, right? The airway is smaller. Is that fair?
Everything's smaller. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By definition, everything on a child is smaller. Does that give you then more concern or more, are you more cautious then as a doctor in terms of injuries that may have occurred to a child and how you're going to treat that child?
Yeah. So like I said, if for example, there's a persistent air leak in a child, that may cause decompensation more rapidly, especially around the airway, because it's a smaller airway to have to compress.
So in this case, would you, knowing that a pneumomediastinum is presented in Fatima, knowing that the injuries that she has incurred and knowing what has been described as the cause of those injuries, and specifically a prolonged strangulation, are you saying you would have scoped Fatima to see what was happening in her throat, or do you agree that the scope was not appropriate?
Well, the reason it wasn't appropriate was because it was such a small amount of air and because there was no respiratory distress, her vital signs were normal. If you were truly concerned about a persistent air leak due to trauma, or you were concerned that there was a lot of swelling around the airway and that the airway would be closed, you'd actually probably prophylactically intubate her. So if you were worried that there was that much trauma to the airway, you might even intubate.
You might, but not necessarily.
If you are worried about airway and significant amount of soft tissue swelling, especially over that next day, but not without any respiratory distress, not without any difficulty breathing or swallowing or voice changes or evidence of, for example, fractures in the cartilage of the neck, I don't think it was indicated in this case.
And that would be assuming you know what the source of the leak is, though, also, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so tell me about that.
You could have potentially a small mucosal tear that creates a one-time brief passage of air into the mediastinum and seals itself over, and you don't have a persistent leak. You could also have one of the alveoli rupture, like we talked about in the Macklin effect, and you have a transient passage of air, it seals itself up, and that's it. There's no additional leakage.
But you don't know what that source is without looking. Is that fair?
You can't know.
Okay. And the standard of care, if you're worried about someone with a pneumomediastinum, is that you call an ENT and or keep them for observation. That's correct? I understood that from your testimony. Okay.
Yes.
And is that because that condition can go poorly? It could go great, but it could also go very poorly. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, as you said earlier, you're not involved in that aftercare. You know what the care is supposed to be, but you're not actually involved in that. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And you're not just sending a patient with pneumomediastinum home and saying, call us if something goes south, right?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Would that be the same with strangulation patients then? If somebody came in and said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Even the court feed, no, it just cut out. It's there on my screen. It's like, oh, snap. I kid you not. Look. Oh, this is too funny. Like, they must have knew, because I don't even, will it let me share it like that? Oh, it won't let me share it. Oh, gosh. Court TV must have knew, like nobody's listening to this. Nobody's listening to this. Oh, boy. How funny. Let me get us back together. It's the feed from Court TV. Hold on.
They ain't want to be bothered with it either. Hold on, I'm getting it back up here.
The throat size is smaller, right? The airway is smaller. Is that fair?
Everything's smaller. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By definition, everything on a child is smaller. Does that give you then more concern or more?
I may have rewind it just a
are you
little
more
bit
cautious
further,
then,
but
as a doctor, in terms of injuries that may have occurred to a child and how you're going to treat that child?
Yeah, so like I said, if for example, there's a persistent air leak in a child, that may cause decompensation more rapidly, especially around the airway, because it's a smaller airway to have to compress.
So in this case, would you, knowing that a pneumomediastinum is presented in Fatima, knowing that the injuries that she has incurred and knowing what has been described as the cause of those injuries, and specifically a prolonged strangulation, are you saying you would have scoped Fatima to see what was happening in her throat, or do you agree that the scope was not appropriate?
Well, the reason it wasn't appropriate was because it was such a small amount of air, and because there was no respiratory distress, her vital signs were normal. If you were truly concerned about a persistent air leak due to trauma, or you were concerned that there was a lot of swelling around the airway and that the airway would be closed, you'd actually probably prophylactically intubate her. So if you were worried that there was that much trauma to the airway, you might even intubate.
You might, but not necessarily.
If you are worried about airway and significant amount of soft tissue swelling, especially over that next day, but not without any respiratory distress, not without any difficulty breathing or swallowing or voice changes or evidence of, for example, fractures in the cartilage of the neck, I don't think it was indicated in this case.
And that would be assuming you know what the source of the leak is, though, also, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So tell me about that.
You could have potentially a small mucosal tear that creates a one-time brief passage of air into the mediastinum and seals itself over, and you don't have a persistent leak. You could also have one of the alveoli rupture, like we talked about in the Macklin effect, and you have a transient passage of air, it seals itself up, and that's it. There's no additional leakage.
But you don't know what that source is without looking. Is that fair?
You can't know.
Okay. And the standard of care, if you're worried about someone with a pneumomediastinum, is that you call an ENT and or keep them for observation. That's correct. I understood that from your testimony. Okay.
Yes.
And is that because that condition can go poorly? It could go great, but it could also go very poorly. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, as you said earlier, you're not involved in that aftercare. You know what the care is supposed to be, but you're not actually involved in that. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And you're not just sending a patient with pneumomediastinum home and saying, call us if something goes south, right?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Would that be the same with strangulation patients then? If somebody came in and said, complained of strangulation, described this incident that occurred to you, and you saw a pneumomediastinum, you also wouldn't be sending that patient home.
Correct.
Saying, just call us.
Correct. So the things that would keep that patient in the hospital would be significant airway restriction of the airway or significant swelling around the structures of the airway, causing constriction on the airway, any type of vascular injury, any fractures in the neck, or pneumomediastinum.
Okay. And so you said you agreed that pneumomediastinum can occur after strangulation, and particularly that manual strangulation creates that increased air pressure in the chest cavity during the incident itself. You would agree with that?
It can.
Okay. And when that air then leaves the chest cavity and air moves, right? Generally speaking, it's not stagnant?
Yes, it moves.
Okay. And if it then dissects the neck and the chest, can that cause a subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, in fact, sometimes that's all we see. So one of the things that we do in trauma patients is we always just feel the skin, and we call it crepitus. And so sometimes you can definitely feel that the air in all of the tissues.
Can you explain to the jury what subcutaneous emphysema is?
It's just air within the skin tissues and the fat. And so it's almost like we call it like Rice Krispies. So if it's there, a lot of times you can feel it. It feels very odd. It's not supposed to be there.
It's another place that air is not supposed to be, is under the skin?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood your testimony with Mr. Kading, but you indicated that some of the complications that can arise from pneumomediastinum is the mediastinitis?
Yes.
Okay. And tension pneumomediastinum?
Yes.
Did you talk about pneumopericardium?
No, but we kind of discussed that same mechanism.
You kind of talked about the pneumothorax, is that right?
Pneumothorax, but also compressive elements on the heart.
So if you're talking about pneumopericardium, can you tell the jury what that is?
So it could be air within the pericardial sac. So you have the heart, and then you have the sac that surrounds the heart. And sometimes you can have blood that's going into there, bleeding into that sac. You could, with penetrating trauma, have air. Or you could just have air within the mediastinum itself that is building up and just having a compressive force on all of it, on the pericardium and the cardiac tissue itself.
And each of those complications that arise from the pneumomediastinum could all potentially be life-threatening if things don't go well. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you have continued pressure on all of those structures, that can cause collapse of lungs and cardiovascular collapse or shock.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about something being benign. I think you used the word benign with Mr. Kading, that in this case, the pneumomediastinum ended up being benign. You don't know that something is going to be benign at the outset, right? Meaning, maybe I phrase this a different way. You could have a concussion, you could have a brain bleed, you could have swelling of the brain. All of those things could end up, or a tumor, all of those things could be benign, that it could also not. Is that correct?
I think the examples are not any examples I would use. Like,
okay.
You could have abdominal pain that ends up being nothing requiring surgery or any intervention. Could you have a really small brain bleed that doesn't require anything, doesn't cause any swelling? I wouldn't use the example of brain swelling. That would be
okay.
That would be more serious. Under
You
any
wouldn't call that
circumstances.
benign?
No.
Okay. Would you keep, generally speaking, what else would you put in the category of benign?
Some sort of like a mole. It's not going to progress to, it's abnormal. It's a growth on the skin, but it's not going to develop into a cancer probably.
Sure. But would you agree that someone with, say, for example, a mole doesn't come into the ER and then get admitted for observation for a number of days?
No, but I would also say that we keep people for abdominal pain while we're waiting results to make sure that there's nothing serious in that. And we may not do anything about it. There may not be anything serious with that, but we still need to look.
Sure. And if Fatima had just come in with just pain in her chest and just a pneumomediastinum with nothing else occurring, is it your opinion that maybe the treatment would have been different than it is in the current case?
No, I think she would have been admitted and observed to make sure that that wasn't something more serious.
And when the pneumomediastinum resolved, so to speak, within 24 hours, she wasn't released either. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And if I understand, you said it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. Pneumomediastinum as a one of the effects of strangulation. That's not common, but also not uncommon. Is that correct?
With respect to strangulation, I've reviewed hundreds of cases, and again, I've only seen one other case.
And yeah, I think you described that case as a dragging case. Is that right?
So the person was dragged by a hoodie and then got into a wrestling match over a phone or something.
Okay, so there was pressure around that person's neck, and then they were drugged by that pressure, and then wrestling of some sort occurred as well. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And in the course of remind me how long, I believe you said it was 10 years at some point in the ER, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In the course of your 10 years, how many times have you seen pneumomediastinum?
Actually, we talked about this. I don't keep track of these records. I don't know. Maybe a dozen, like gross pneumomediastinum. I mean, we see that subcutaneous air, so we know that there's an air leak somewhere, but you don't necessarily see pneumomediastinum on imaging. But again, it's not particularly common.
So less than a dozen times in a dozen or less times in the last 10 years?
I don't know. I think that's probably an understatement, but I don't want to overstate either.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And you don't have a recollection of male, female, young, old, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation itself is very serious?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation in a child is potentially even more concerning than an adult?
I mean, they're both concerning. But what I would say is, as with the pneumomediastinum, in kids, the airway is more narrow. And so it takes less to close that airway. So if you have an airway that's an inch in diameter versus a half an inch, obviously it takes less to close that half-inch diameter airway.
So then if I understand right, your testimony is that plainly the amount of force that it would require to significantly damage a child would be less to damage a child than it would be to use on an adult. Is that fair? I mean, in terms of closing.
That's not me.
Adults' neck and that sort of thing is more than most kids anyway.
Well, tell me, what do you mean by that?
Just all the tissues in the neck. And, obviously there are people on the jury, for example, who, have more muscle and more tissue that would have to be compressed to get to the airway.
So if I understand correctly, that a child's neck is just generally more vulnerable or more susceptible to that. Is that correct?
I'd say that's probably accurate.
And would you agree that a small 17-year-old female might fall into that category?
And she is right on the cusp of being an adult, but I don't have an opinion on that.
Let's say if she's 5'1" and she weighs 100 pounds, would somebody of that stature be more concerning in terms of what an adult is able to do to them if they're strangling them?
You know, what I would say is that it's all concerning. It's hard to differentiate any person. A smaller person is going to be more vulnerable than a very large person.
Sure, and obviously not to minimize strangling to anyone, correct? But if you're talking about a child, you have concerns about the impact on a child, that would be different, whether it results in a pneumomediastinum or one of the other complications that you've identified. Does that impact a child and their development differently potentially?
I mean, at 17, we're talking almost fully grown, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, at 17, a child's brain is still developing. You would agree with that. There's still another brain development curve from 22 to 26. So
Sure.
they have developed, but there's still more to come. Yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Although I'm not a neurocognitive expert, but sure.
Well, would you agree that there is a brain development still coming from 22 to 26? Give it thereabouts. I mean, and car insurance companies figured it out a lot earlier than the rest of us. Fair?
And rental car companies.
Yes. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Would you agree that if you saw indications in the emergency room of strangulation of a child, you wouldn't simply indicate that it was benign and send that child home, let alone home with their parents? Is that fair?
So typically what our practice is in the emergency department is, again, if there is evidence of strangulation, we almost always do a CAT scan of the head and neck, and we look for any vascular injuries. We look for any fractures in the neck. We look for any significant swelling of the neck. If the patient, if all of those things are normal, it would be our standard to send that patient home with return precautions. If any of those things are abnormal, it would be our standard of care to admit them, at least for an observation period.
And if you have a child coming in complaining of strangulation and you're seeing that pneumomediastinum and the allegation was that the parent was the perpetrator, would you be sending that child back home with that parent?
I mean, I think the question in a certain sense is moot, because if you see pneumomediastinum on any patient, I would admit that patient for observation.
Okay. And do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
I'm sorry, ask that one more time.
Sure. Do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
It can, yes.
Okay. And you don't regularly see pneumomediastinum as a symptom of strangulation. That is the rarity versus the normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, redirect.
Just a couple of points of clarification. Regarding pneumopericardium, was that what it was? I didn't ask you about that. Was there any indication in any of the medical records that you reviewed in this case that that was in any way an issue?
No.
Okay. And you started talking about some other things I didn't ask you about, like the subcutaneous emphysema. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Or, okay. And that's where the air is in a different place rather than in the mediastinum area?
So as we discussed, air likes to move. And so if you have an air leak from the alveoli, the small little sacs in the lung, it's going to start tracking and moving because there aren't like fascial planes or something to stop it. It's going to move around the mediastinum, and with gravity, it goes up. It's going to move its way up. It can also move its way out into the tissues and eventually get resorbed into the tissues. And so you can get this air under the tissues. It's actually better that it goes there than stays in the chest and starts compressing things.
Was there any of that in this case that you saw in the records?
Not that I'm aware of.
And just to clarify then, the air that's in the mediastinum area, what happens to it?
It eventually just gets resorbed.
Okay, so you don't have to do anything to make that happen.
No, unless it's causing a compressive effect, and in that case, we may have to dart the chest with a needle and then put in a chest tube or something like that.
And that would be an indicative of a ongoing air leak into that area, though, right?
Absolutely.
And that was not in this case.
Correct.
I don't think I really have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Recross?
Thank you. I just want to follow up on a couple of points. So Ms. Stone asked, you admit the patient, and she kind of gave you two options. One, it could go poorly, or two, it could go great, correct? That's
Correct.
what, I mean, that was the dichotomy that she set up, correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for, is this getting worse? Is it resolving? Is it staying the same?
Right. And so to admit a patient is precautionary in some instances, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that in this situation, it was precautionary for monitoring to see what happens next, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't admitted directly into surgery, correct?
Correct.
And that could have been an option if it appeared that, you know, her vitals were showing signs of distress, correct?
Yes.
Or other indications that this was not going well, correct?
Yes.
But at this point, it was simply in a monitoring phase.
Right.
And then within 24 hours, it turned out that further intervention wasn't necessary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you answered this question that I'd written down, but so in terms of the presence of air in the chest cavity, best case scenarios is it resolves naturally. It dissipates through the tissue, through the body, correct?
Right.
The other alternative I think you just talked about is you insert a needle to then release that air, correct?
Yes.
And having, I think it's kind of obvious, the preferred way is to have it resolve naturally, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what happened here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of at this point, just because she's admitted, there wasn't a probability of death absent medical intervention. Fair?
Fair.
There was no indication of permanent loss of lung function, correct?
Yes.
Or esophagus, trachea, no long-term disfigurement, correct?
Correct.
And no permanent loss or impairment of her function, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this was an issue that was identified, it was observed, and it resolved on its own. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ms. Stone, any further cross-examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Stankus, I just want to be clear. The admission is precautionary, but you don't admit most patients to the hospital that come into the ER, right? I mean, fair to say you see hundreds or thousands of patients a year in the ER.
Correct. So we call for admission and a hospitalist or a surgeon will admit the patient.
And in this case, Fatima needed medical admission and medical. Whether how that condition is treated before you know the outcome either. Fair? Meaning because it went well for her doesn't mean that's how you decided whether it was a condition that needed observation or not.
Yeah, so anytime we admit someone for observation, whether it's chest pain or in this case pneumomediastinum or airway precautions, that condition may or may not, the thing that we are worried about may or may not happen, but we still admit them to make sure that it doesn't, or if it does, to intervene as needed.
Sure, and as you reviewed that
those medical reports for Fatima. When counsel, I believe Mr. Leary just asked you about, you didn't see any indication of a permanent injury, and the outcome of the pneumomediastinum wasn't a probability of death. The pneumomediastinum itself, is that correct? I mean, you said no, you agreed with him that that was not a probability of death based on the pneumomediastinum itself. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. But the pneumomediastinum was accompanied by strangulation, and strangulation itself can result in death. You agree with that?
Strangulation can result in death.
And Fatima didn't show up at the ER with a skinned knee and a bruise on her thigh. You agree with that after reviewing the medical reports?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kadeen Recross?
Yes, just one point of clarification. So doctor, let's say that I have a hangnail and it gets a bad infection and it spreads up my arm and goes to my heart and kills me. Can that happen?
It can.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, anything further? All right, anything further, Ms. Stone?
Are you admitting the person with the hangnail, doctor?
If they have evidence of that spreading infection up their arm, they may be admitted for IV antibiotics to make sure that they're responding to it.
Sure, when there's an indication that something has gone significantly different than a normal hangnail. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Kadeen?
No more, thank you.
And may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
No.
Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stickis, thank you very much. You are excused and you may step down. Members of the jury, we are going to recess at this time. And as you know, we are not in session on Friday. And so we are going to resume the presentation of evidence on Monday. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you for your patience. And also, I know I say this every day, and I will say it every day that we are in this process. Please continue to follow all of my instructions. Please continue to be vigilant to ensure that no outside information comes to you in any fashion about this case. Thank you. I'll have the bailiffs come forward. Please be seated. All that energy about rescheduling, and we didn't need to, which is a good thing. All right, Ms. Stone, can you please indicate who you believe will be called on Monday starting?
I don't know why she has to mute her mic during this time. Like, why can't we hear the stuff about the scheduling? Like, really? Yeah, Banka, yeah, for everybody that's here. Yeah, Moki, yes, absolutely. So what we'll do tomorrow, it seems like everybody was consistent with us looking at our Daryl Bookski, looking at his trial again. Y'all let me know. I'll set up the stream. We can look at it, and we, like I said, we can take it in sections. Yeah, I think Banka, she was kind of like thinking about a half day if this witness needed to come back and testify. But she decided against it. Yeah, I think we're gonna rewatch Daryl Brooks. Tomorrow. So I'll send out a notification for those that you want to join and get a couple laughs in. listen to Grounds all day, right? Because that's what we're going to hear. And him go on his hour rants and kind of see where, and then, and then on Monday, we'll kind of like, go back into our trial. Yeah, we got to figure out who wants to do a sizzling Saturday, because we can do some sizzling Saturdays. Not Timu your lawyers. I had to stop. Oh, God. Oh, Jackie. Oh, no. Not Timu. Oh, gosh. That is too funny. Oh, you here for it? What time y'all want to start? Because I can start whenever. I'm over here on Mountain Standard Time. So if y'all want to start earlier, I'm willing to start earlier even with it. Yeah. I guess the one thing is that we won't have to worry about the breaks and, all the times she had to kick him out the courtroom and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be our plan. Yeah, y'all got to go. Y'all want to start? What time y'all want to start? I was starting at 8:45 because this one is on. It doesn't start at 9 o'clock Mountain Standard. Well, is that Mountain Standard? I think they Mountain Standard Time. $7 a.m. Okay. Banka, what time you want to start? Because I know you the first one in the chat. I'm on Mountain Standard. Yeah, I'm on Mountain Standard Time. Okay. Okay. What y'all thinking? 7, 8? Let's shoot for 7. I'm an early riser. I'll be up like at 4. I'll be up at 4 in the morning. I'll be looking. 8. Okay. I can do 8, 7 or 8. 7. Okay. Nah. I don't think we should. Nah. Okay. I see what you're doing now. I'm gonna need a therapist. For real. Yeah, I'm an early riser, so yeah. What time zone you in, Pretty Brown? Nope, the jewels. I'm up. I go at 4 o'clock. Go get some coffee, and yeah. And I know your coffee is set to start at 4 a.m. Oh, good. We got some early risers. So when they was having the trials over there. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's not that bad off. Okay. So you just an hour ahead of us. Okay. So you'll be ready and starting your day. Marty, that was, I really, really, really want to do that preliminary hearing with you guys. Only because he's coming up for trial soon. Okay, Kim, so you'll be a little bit ahead of us. It'll be what, 3 hours. So yeah, we start early, then that way we could still catch you in your morning time. Yeah, Marty, we gonna have to do that one. Oh wow, yeah. You said you have your dinner prep at the house clean. Girl, I need you. All of that by 4 a.m. Woo. You busy. I don't know. I think I think I'll be ready. I go get my coffee and then I sit. I literally sit in the car about 30 to 45 minutes. It'll be 10 here. I'll be there. Okay, just be nice. Okay. Leave all day. Yeah, so yeah, I'll send out the little notification link for those that want to join us and look at some Daryl. Marty, I am going to be putting that on here. We won't do 4 a.m. this time. Yeah, so I'm thinking about 7 o'clock. It'll be 7 o'clock here, 10 o'clock on the East Coast, 8 o'clock where Pretty Brown Girl is at. And we should be Gucci, right? I mean, it's not like, I don't think, Pretty Brown Girl, have you seen the Daryl Brooks trial? I know you got your list of trials, so that's why I'm asking. Yep. Nope. And you want, okay. All right. You're going to like, I guess it'll give us a break from being, you know, with a lot. I mean, I don't know. It's not going to give us a break because that one was really sad too. You know, but the way he act, I mean, I don't know what to do with that, right? You couldn't help yourself with him. Like, you just couldn't help yourself. Is what I know. Yeah, so we'll start about 7. We'll see how far we can get. At that point in time, we could determine, you know, if we want to do a sizzling Saturday to finish him up or finish, you know, I don't think we can finish it up. How long was that trial? Like 3-4 weeks? It'll be 9 on the East Coast if I start at 7. I thought y'all 3 hours apart. I'm on Mountain Standard Time. So like right now it's 4:13. So here in Arizona, like we don't recognize any kind of what is it called? Times. Yeah. We don't do daylight savings time. We the same time all day, every day. No need for confusion. Yeah. But same time every day, all day, all that back and forth and all that stuff. We don't do those type of things down here. It's all year round. All these other states be doing all that adjusting and coordinating. 1 hour up, fall back, spring forward, do this, do that. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay, so it's 7:14. Okay. Yeah, so that's 3 hours. North Carolina. Wave it around your hands like a helicopter. That's what I think of when I hear it. I'm thinking of the Lil Pablo song. Lil Pablo, whatever his name is. Jackie, it was 3 weeks. We'll be Daryl book seating all the time. Just the song. I'm telling you, you talk about the therapist, you know, I'm going to need a therapist. Is Petey Pablo? I'm going to need a therapist. If you ever see this shirt come off online, just be nice. Okay, no problem. You have a wonderful day, nice evening. If you could join us tomorrow to look at Daryl Booski grounds, man, tomorrow, don't hesitate to pop in. Oh, Kim, this is definitely worth a flashback. He gonna keep you on your toes. We'll listen at that train. Y'all hear that train? I live by the train. It run up and down all day. I wish he would stop blowing his horn. Yeah, some mountain times are, but we in Arizona, we don't recognize, we don't move, we don't change our time. You don't need it, right? You right, Jules. I'm gonna need more than a therapist. But considering the therapist you know that's in this chat that I know, I'm gonna need her. I'm gonna need that. Yes, you live right by one too, Jules. Oh my gosh, like what is going on? Like, and this one by me, it run all day long. It has a little Amtrak station near me, so you can only imagine. I don't know where it be going. I'm like all day long. All right, Gina. Okay, so I'm off like prom night. Okay. All right, Gina. Thank you. I hope you seen me earlier when I sent you a message letting you know I got it. I'm gonna look it over. I was kind of, we was online, so I didn't reply at the time, but I did get it. Right? Like, I don't know why they have these train tracks everywhere down here. I guess because we don't have a lot of water, right? So they can't ship it in. So I guess it's just, planes, trains, and automobiles. Yeah, I'll respond once I get offline tonight. I plan on making soup tonight. So I was like, I'm gonna really look at it now because I see you broke it down for me. Okay, so we good for 7 in the morning? Seven. I would say 5 o'clock in the morning. Where you gonna be? Outside on the corner. But I ain't getting up at 5 and be on a stream. It take me from 4 to 5 to get my coffee together and get ready. All right, guys. Well, you were in the right place today, right? Where there's no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you could be the judge. All right, Dr. Bob, I see you in there. Yeah. On the corner. That's right. That's what the song is. I won't be on the corner. I'll be in my car, probably drinking my coffee. All right, you guys. Awesome day today. We'll be at 500 tomorrow. Bring your shots if you're inclined to do so. Till tomorrow, guys.